convened by electronic means, and as such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. I'm also going to note for the councilors online, we have bare quorum, so you're going to have to stay on the line with your cameras on. Yeah, so there you go. This meeting, so for council members participating by electronic means, please ensure your video is turned on and let the clerk know if you have to leave the meeting for the purposes of confirming quorum. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Council members attending by electronic means lose connection during any portion of the hearing. We will recess the meeting until the connection is restored. And if council members lose connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which will be tweeted out by the @VanCity Clerk account. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. In case of an emergency where we would need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits here in the chamber. Please use the stairs and do not use the elevator. I'd also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Not here. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for personal business. Councillor Boyle is on a... Oh, Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Okay. Councillor Fry is in the chair. Councillor Montague is on a leave of absence for personal business. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Acting Mayor Fry.
Thank you, Clerk. Before we begin, I have some announcements. The public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merit of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or opposed to the recommendation and if they are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter @VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through our online Mayor and Council feedback web form, and this link will also be tweeted. Those speaking on behalf of 4 or more persons or groups, including the speaker, will have 8 minutes to speak, and only if those represented are on the line or are in person and must not be individual speakers themselves. And those represented should confirm that they're online or in the chamber. Okay, speakers who pre-registered with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight delay. To navigate through the slides of your presentation, please say next so that the clerk may advance your slides. Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in council meetings or public hearings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tones, speakers, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any persons or group of people. Members of the public are expected not to engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory as outlined under section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during a meeting is not respectful. And as chair, I'm going to ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure that they're using respectful language. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. A reminder that council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means that council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions of speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, council may either approve the application in principle, or refuse the application, or refer the application to staff for further consideration. If council does not complete all of the public hearing agenda items this afternoon, we're going to recess at 5 p.m., and we will reconvene this meeting on Tuesday, July 4th at 3 p.m. Okay, item number 1, Heritage, 515 to 521 Hawks Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 1? Seeing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Paige Gardner for a heritage revitalization agreement and heritage destination bylaws for the 2 BC Mills House at 515 and 521 Fox Avenue, which are both listed in the B evaluation category on the Vancouver Heritage Register and associated with the BC Mills Timber and Trading Company. The proposed HRA would allow for the site to be subdivided into 2 parcels to each contain one of the 2 heritage houses in return for the protection under respective designation bylaws, which ensure their long-term preservation. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. No correspondence has been received on this application since it was referred to public hearing.
Great, thank you, Clerk. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to make the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Good evening, councilors. Do I have share screen there? Okay. I was sharing my screen. Excuse me here. Oh, sorry, I'm getting some. Sorry, I'm having trouble connecting here. Sharing screen.
Oh, I think we've got it up on. You have it?
Okay.
We're seeing the feed. We're just getting it up on the big screen. One sec. Folks, we're just going to take a quick couple of minute recess while we get this technical issue sorted out. Please hold on. All right, council, we've got the feedback live. If we can get everybody back online, so we can get quorum. Councilors Boyle and Meisner. Great, thank you. Okay, over to you.
Great. Good evening, councilors. The purpose of this report is to seek council approval to designate the structures and exteriors of the heritage buildings at 515 Hawks and 521 Hawks Avenue, known as the BC Mills houses, as protected heritage properties, and to authorize the city to enter into a heritage revitalization agreement to ensure their long-term preservation. The proposed HRA will result in variances to the subdivision bylaw and the zoning and development bylaw to permit the heritage buildings to be located on their own newly created parcels. The site is located in the Strathcona neighborhood in an area zoned RT3 at the intersection of East Pender Street and Hawks Avenue. The houses are jointly owned by several owners under what is called a tenant in common agreement. The houses are valued as one of the few surviving examples of prefabricated buildings in the city constructed by the BC Mills Timber and Trading Company, which existed from 1889 to 1920. The innovative company designed and manufactured prefabricated modular panels for houses, commercial buildings, and churches. Despite the value of prefabricated building components, the company did not survive the recessions of the early part of the century. This slide shows the houses both in 1905 and in current times in the lower photo. One can see the panel systems both then and now. The panels were built off-site and then bolted together on-site, and the joints covered by a batten or trim. The HRA proposes to subdivide the site to allow the houses to be contained on a single ownership parcel. The current tenant in common arrangements has been challenging for the owners in terms of things like securing mortgages, and the houses might be at risk of demolition otherwise. The HRA would change the ownership to fee simple parcels and secure the houses as protected heritage property, which will assist in their long-term preservation. Therefore, it is recommended council approve the recommendations of this report. Thank you, and staff will be available to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. The applicant team, I see, is here to speak to the application.
The owner is here. This is Paige here.
Right. Paige, did you want to speak to the application at all, or? Nope, okay, great. Are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? And seeing none. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Councilor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking through the report, and I didn't understand that they were going to be relocated. Did you say that they were going to be relocated? Okay, all right.
All that happens is a subdivision boundary is put in.
Got it. Okay, just wanted confirmation of that. I must have misunderstood you. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, we will now hear from the public. And the first speaker on our list is speaker number 1, coming in on the phone, Jessica. Jessica on the line.
Speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Speaker number 2 is Chris Serres, who's participating in person. Is Chris Serres here? Don't see anybody approaching, or you have, those are staff? Okay. It looks like speaker number 2, Chris Serres, is not here. So we'll now make the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. Phone number is tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chambers, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. You have 5 minutes. And Clerk, do we take a 5-minute recess to wait for the third call? Okay. All right, so we'll just take This is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers to this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound. Before the close of this speakers list, the phone number will be tweeted out, has been tweeted out, and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers on the line, and there are no speakers in the chamber.
Okay, so seeing as there are no speakers, the speakers list is now closed. This item has received a number of written submissions, therefore we need to determine by the number received during the public hearing as to which option is, oh, I don't have to read that part out, no. Okay, since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm now also closing the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Staff have any closing comments?
No, no comments.
Do council have any questions for staff? Councilor Kirby-Young.
Actually, not questions, comments. I'm happy to move the recommendations and then speak to it.
Great, and clerk, we didn't receive any additional comments?
No correspondence has been received.
Okay, great, so that's moved by Councilor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councilor Carr. And Councilor Kirby-Young, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to say very briefly, I'm happy to support this. We are a very young city and we don't have centuries of history to preserve, but I just want to make one quick observation that I was struck by the comment that we're actually preserving prefabricated buildings in the city at the same time that we're having conversations around how we can better use mass timber and potentially modular building to get housing and other amenities built more quickly. So that just struck me as an interesting tidbit that they were doing modular 118 years ago. And now we're preserving it, figuring out is that a technology to build some things faster. So what's old is new again, but happy to support. Thanks.
And Councilor Carr.
Yeah, I just did Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young's comments. It is ironic that we are now moving back to the future with the real interest in modular housing, recognizing it's using BC, hopefully BC wood, and it's obviously a less expensive way to go. But I really want to appreciate the owners for coming forward with this, and it's because I can't think of a city I travel to that I'm looking for unique elements of architecture or history embedded in the landscape, and that's what this is. It makes our city so much more interesting and real as a place that has evolved over a period of time. So, yes, thanks to the applicant.
Thanks, Councilor Carr. All right, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen, please? And council, please register your vote on the voting panel.
Chair, it's Councilor Dominato. Can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Everything.
I'll need
And-
a vote assist in favor as well, please, Chair.
And I'm
Councillor Boyle, and I'd also like a vote assist in favor. Thanks.
all right, and oh, sorry, Councilor Klassen, we don't have your vote yet. Oh, it's come through now. All right, and that passes with none in opposition. Okay, so we'll shuffle the chairs a little bit and get the folks in for the next item, which is item number 2, CD1 rezoning for 4261 Canby Street and 503 West 27th Avenue. Okay, staff? All right, so CD1 rezoning for 4261 Canby Street and 503 West 27th Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 2? Seeing none, clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
There's an application by Arno Matis Architecture to rezone 4261 Canby Street and 503 West 27th Avenue from residential district to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story residential building, a height of 21 meter with additional height for a rooftop amenity and floor space ratio of 2.8 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since we referred to public hearing. 6 pieces of correspondence support and none in opposition and dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m. today.
Great. Thank you, David. Okay, this is going to make the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445, followed by the pound symbol, before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speaker list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We do have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Good afternoon, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Joe, and I'm the rezoning planner for this Canby Quarter Plan rezoning application. The site outlined in red is located on the west side of Canby Street at the corner of West 27th Avenue and Canby Street. The site is located within the Queen Elizabeth neighborhood of the Canby Quarter Plan and is comprised of 2 RS1 parcels currently developed with 2 single detached houses. The rezoning site contains 3 secondary tenancies, of which there are no eligible tenants under the tenant relocation and protection policy. The site is well served by transit and amenities with bus service, bikeways, community centers, schools, and nearby parks. The site is located 2 blocks south of the King Edward Canada Line station. This proposal is being considered under the Canby Corridor Plan. Redevelopment is guided by the plan, which anticipates residential buildings up to 6 stories at this location. Upper stories are to be set back to emphasize a 4-story form. A density range between 2.0 to 2.5 FSR is suggested under the plan. The development potential for the site may fall within, at, or above the FSR range. Supportable density is based on urban design and public realm performance. There are several well-established commercial nodes in the northern section of the Canby Corridor and a future neighborhood serving node on 33rd Avenue. This site is approximately 2 blocks to the south of the commercial node at King Edward Avenue. However, there is a gap in commercial space between King Edward Avenue and 33rd Avenue. This is to be assessed with the Vancouver Plan implementation, and this review might be looking at off-arterial commercial space. Staff is currently preparing a memo to Council with details on the existing and future commercial space in the Canby Corridor, with anticipated completion in September 2023. The application was submitted in February 2022 for a 6-story building with 60 strata-titled residential units, along with 2 levels of underground parking to be accessed from the lane. A density of 2.80 FSR and a maximum building height of 69 feet is proposed. A total of 39 submissions were received during the virtual open house. Comments of support were for the density, building design, and for additional housing opportunities for home ownership. Concerns related to height and density and that the larger family units will be unaffordable. The proposed strata building complies with the intent of the plan in terms of housing tenure, height, and density. In addition, the community amenity contributions generated from this development will be used to fund the Canby Corridor Public Benefit Strategy, which includes provision for funding towards affordable housing options in the corridor. Additional concerns regarding traffic congestion in the lane and loss of trees were expressed. In response, staff have reviewed the proposal and included design conditions in Appendix B of the referral report, including provision to rebuild the laneway and numerous other traffic improvements. Additional conditions are included regarding tree retention and replanting. This proposal will contribute almost $4.4 million in community amenity contributions and $1.8 million in development cost levies. Cash CACs go toward paying for amenities identified in the Canby Corridor Public Benefit Strategy. This proposal is consistent with the Canby Corridor Plan, and staff support this application subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B of the referral report. Staff and the applicant team are here available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see we do have the applicant team here. Would the applicant team like to speak to the application? Great, thank you. Well, this is the opportunity for council to ask questions of staff or the applicant team, noting this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. I see Mayor Sim on the queue. Sure. Okay, we're figuring this out. I've met Mayor Sim, sir, and you are no. Folks, we're just rectifying the panel queue here. There we go. All right. First up, Councillor Klassen, for 5.
Good. Okay. Yes, a question for staff. I guess I have the advantage of being a new councillor and to ask questions about policy that was set before I was elected. But I look at this site, which is mere steps from a Canada Line station. And I ask myself 2 things, but principally, why are we not considering this site for more density than it has? I realize that there are many factors that go into it. The most important of being the existing plan, certainly the response to the surroundings, but it's at the bottom of a hill, so there's quite a grade there that could be factored in. But I just look at that site and I just wanted to just maybe hear from staff how we might want to respond to these nodes right around Canada Line stations, SkyTrain stations in the future, because I truthfully mean we have like a once in a generation opportunity to address this opportunity, and I feel like we're in some ways missing it.
Great, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Klassen. Neil Rashowi, Director of Community Planning in PDS. The Vancouver plan recently adopted last year would agree that the opportunities around heavy rail provide more opportunities for height and density. As you noted, the Canby Plan Phase 2 was adopted in 2011, and at a time when the approach to height and density was different than it is today. Certainly, the proposals under Vancouver Plan, the implementation, there will be opportunities to revisit our current plans and ask the very questions you're asking and about opportunities and how do we weigh those opportunities in our existing plans and compare those to opportunities to do new area plans in other parts of the city. And we'll be bringing that to council for consideration early in the new year.
Thank you. I don't want to add any undue stress to the proponent because I realize how hard it is to get to this stage in the process. But again, when we're mere steps from an important neighborhood node, and there's been many criticisms, including from me over the years, of the lack of any kind of commercial area, shopping, anything along the Canby corridor. Again, it was, I think, a miss in the effort to try and change and densify this neighborhood. It's another thing that I recognize is missing here and would be not such a bad idea, but then again, I'm not trying to get in the way of progress and getting this one done, but I just felt that I had to remark about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. You'll probably hear a similar question you've heard from me last term and this term around the commercial opportunities, and I traverse Cambie every day. And I live in the neighborhood. And so you mentioned, can you give us more specificity? You said in terms of commercial, I don't know if that's a revisit to the plan or opportunities coming back in September 2023, because I think we discussed this last term, and I think the comment and the question I raised at the time is, isn't it all going to be built out by then? So if and when until Oak Ridge is built out or the Heatherlands, I cannot walk and get a loaf of bread or milk. So what is coming back to us in September 2023, and what will remain kind of unbuilt? Because I think this is some of the last single family houses that are left on Cambie on that stretch.
Thank you for the question. And you're right, the on-arterial sites are quickly disappearing and almost gone. The note at 33rd is Heatherlands, and that's the 62,000 square feet of commercial space there. That will be the in-between between King Ed and 41st. In terms of other opportunities, the memo in September will identify potential areas that we could look at. It would still require the policy work to update the land use. For example, in the areas west of Cambie, it's largely townhouses. To the west, it's a combination of townhouses and RS. We'd have to relook at those built forms because integration of commercial into the ground floors would be very difficult in those circumstances. And that policy work would be one of the items that's brought forward under the Vancouver plan. Is this an area where we'd like to prioritize the updating of the policy work?
Okay. I'd love to ask more questions, but I know we shouldn't delve off into a whole policy conversation because we're supposed to be limited to discussing the scope of this application, but there's nothing in the September, maybe I'll ask the question this way just so we stay within the lines. There's nothing in the September 2023 update that would have potentially affected this site or this project given where it was in the intake process?
No, it will not.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions for staff and also a couple for the applicant. So staff, my first question is, in the conditions of approval, Appendix B, 1.22 is language I've not read before, but I might have missed it. It says use water as an integrated sustainable element in the landscape, open spaces, including interpretive signage describing and demonstrating the naturally occurring water cycle. Is that something new? Like, honestly, I just don't remember ever seeing that. Not that I'm not opposed to it, but just it strikes me as interesting. And just to give, while they're conferring, giving a heads up to the applicant, I'd like to ask you later about the edible plants, the green trees, trees along the street front, that the green roofs. Those will be my questions to you.
Thank you for the question. That's an engineering requirement, and at this time, we can't comment on that. Do we have anybody here? No, we don't have anybody here from engineering at the moment.
Okay, maybe a follow-up on that would be, for me, interesting.
Yes, Council, we'd be happy to bring back an explanation of that at a future meeting.
That would be great. I'd appreciate that. Great. To the applicant then, in the conditions of approval, there are points that talk about adding as many, well, first of all, adding a greater amount of green roof and possibly level 5 green roofs. Are you intending to pursue that?
I think our intent is to meet the strategy to comply with the rainwater management planning for this project. So if it requires green roofs, that would be certainly part of a consideration of the overall strategy for the landscape.
Okay, that's, yes, condition approval 1.15. Yeah. Okay, so there's that specifically is on green roofs, but the second part of it later on in the conditions of approval, it talks about adding as many edible plants, vines on walls, new street trees, and hose bibs to encourage patio gardening. So what are your thoughts around those elements that are in the conditions of approval?
I think in general, the landscape planning tries to enhance livability of the projects. So even though these items aren't necessarily required, they are in alignment with the city's strategy for livability of the units. And I think certainly adding edible planting, we have done that in the past. It does help meet the requirement for on-site agriculture. So yeah, obviously, this is at an early kind of concept stage, but those items can get further developed at the development permit stage.
Great. Yeah, happy to hear that you've done that in the past. It seems to me that food security is becoming an increasingly talked about subject with climate change. So happy to see you pursuing that.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for me. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Carl. Okay. We'll now hear from the public, and I'm pulling up the speakers list here. First speaker on the list, speaker number 1, Chris Serres in person. Chris Serres here. Not seeing any indication of that.
Speaker number 1 is not in the chamber.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Speaker number 2, Johnson Zhang. Johnson Zhang. Oh, great. Johnson, right up there. Thank you.
Dear councillors, ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to express my support for this proposal. First and foremost, the construction of a 6-story residential building at this location will help alleviate the crucial shortage of housing in our city. As the population has hit the record high and continues to grow, it is our responsibility to ensure that we provide suitable housing options for our residents. This development will create much needed homes and contribute to the diversity of our housing stock. Furthermore, the proposed height of 21 meters is in harmony with the surrounding buildings, preserving the existing character of the neighborhood. This project will promote a sense of a community, providing an area for social interaction while also enhancing the overall livability of this building. In terms of density, the proposed floor space ratio strikes a careful balance between accommodating a sufficient number of residents and maintaining the integrity of the area. This moderate increase in density ensures that development remains in proportion with the neighborhood, preventing an overcrowded and visually unappealing outcome. It should be noted that due to the proximity of this site to the Canby Street and 27th Avenue, the intersection is open, but without signal lights. During construction and after occupancy, to optimize the traffic organization needs to be considered. This decision will not only be in line with the Canby Corridor plan, but will also foster a vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive community for all. In conclusion, by supporting this rezoning, we are actively addressing our housing needs, fostering sustainable growth, and creating a vibrant and inclusive community for our residents. Together, let's expect that one day we all can see the bright and beautiful lights glowing all along the Canby Corridor. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Great. And thank you, Johnson. I appreciate you taking the time. I don't see any questions from council. So I'll now make the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-853-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before we close the speakers list. You'll have 5 minutes to make comments and should limit your comments to the merits of the report being considered. Clerk, do we have any additional speakers? Please, there we go. Hello.
Hi.
And please let us know your name and if you're in support of this application and if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hello, my name is Naomi Steinberg, and I was born in this city. My father was also born in this city. I'm very grateful for these supernatural lands and everything we get to learn. I live 2 houses away from the proposed development on the block to the south. The applicant is also the owner of the property in the entire block that I live on. And I do have, am I allowed to ask questions to staff and applicant? I can't actually ask questions. Well, I was hoping to be assured that there's enough information being gathered for the addressing like water table, water courses, that kind of thing. The area, there's already so many deep excavations that are clad in cement, and the water table is already affected, and there's already flooding. So we're very close to a peat bog area. We're on the volcanic dike. So just hoping that staff is doing all the appropriate research to make sure that we're not going to settle into doom. And also wondering if the applicant can be encouraged to do as much salvaging as possible. So in addition to the required abatement, which is so great that that already exists, could there be more in terms of salvaging as a way to also access like old growth timbers for future building, because all those houses are built from old growth timbers. And it's really good that you're putting in food plants. That's awesome. And I also read that you wanted to retain tree number 708. That's great. But the arborist recommended it be cut because it will be affected by development. In terms of food assets, I wonder if part of the community amenity contribution can go towards like a community steward, because it's not just commercial spaces that we need, it's also social and creative cultural spaces and artisan spaces that we need that help animate a community and make it resilient. So if we have like blueberry bushes, can we have somebody on staff to help process them and make food security workshops, canning workshops, etc.? I don't know if that's 5 minutes. I have more ideas.
You still have time.
I still have time? Okay, what else? What else do I have? These are good ideas, Majid. These are really good ideas. And Arno, also, like, you own half the neighborhood. You own half the neighborhood. Holy smokes. And I hope it's selling well. I hope it's worth it for you. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. You'll hear from me again when my site goes for rezoning. Streamlining the rezoning was such a good idea, just so long as it doesn't become cookie cutter multiplex dollar into certain pockets.
Thanks, Naomi.
Thank you.
You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Great.
Carr?
It's not really a question, but just to know I took notes and I can ask questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Great, okay. Clerk, do we have anybody on the line? Should we take a break?
We have no further speakers on the line and no further speakers in the chamber.
Okay, so we will make our third and final call for any speakers to this item who wish to speak to council. Please call toll-free 1-833-853-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number has been tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chambers, please come forward. At this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break and reconvene on this at 1:57. Thank you. Yep, okay, Counselor Meisner, Counselor Joe, and Counselor Boyle, put your cameras back on and we're gonna reconvene. All right, folks. This is the third and final call. If there's any speakers to this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. This phone number's been tweeted out and made available on the live stream. If there are any speakers here in the council chambers or any online. Seeing none.
No additional speakers on the line and no additional speakers in the chamber.
Okay, seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm now closing the receipt of the public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? No, none from the applicant. Does staff have any closing comments? None from staff. Do council have any questions for staff? Seeing none. Clerk, did we receive any additional comments?
No additional correspondence has been received.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendation? By Kirby Young, seconder by Klassen. Okay, so it's, is there any debate? Seeing Councillor Carr on the queue. Oh. Okay, so we're on the main queue and I see Councillor, oh, it's, okay, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to echo the comments of my colleagues around just the concerns about not maximizing the potential of the site. I wholeheartedly agree, and I do think this is a handsome building for the current zoning, but I am disappointed that there wasn't an intervention years ago to change the zoning from 6 stories. It just seems in 2023, 2 blocks away from the Canada Line and Rapid Transit, it just seems so underbuilt. And I think 30, 40 years from now, we're going to look, maybe sooner, we're going to look back and think, that was crazy. And also the concerns about the lack of retail in the neighborhood. I'd really love to see ground floor retail. So I'm going to support it because it is compliant and I understand all the hard work that the applicant has put into it. And I think the building is a good looking design. But I really, in the future, it's something for us to be extremely mindful about. I think having that ability to pivot some of these plans in a much faster fashion in order to deliver the housing that we need.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm just asking staff some questions that were raised by one of our speakers, Naomi Steinberg. So I'll start with the first question, which is a concern around protection of the water table, water courses, concern reflooding, a peat bog, and volcanic dike.
So we are in debate, so this would be.
Oh, through you. I am so sorry,
point of
Chair.
information.
Through you, I wonder if I could ask a point of information to staff.
Sure, and maybe if you just wanted to repeat that point, so staff are keyed in.
Okay. I thought, why did we skip over questions to staff, which we normally do? Sorry.
We did.
Anyway, okay. Through you, Chair. Concerned about, a speaker concerned about the water table, water courses, flooding, protection or concern around the peat bog and volcanic dike. Any comments from staff around those natural features and the protection?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. It's Yardley McNeil, Director of the Rezoning Centre. We don't have engineering with us today. Those are all very good questions. And so we're going to follow up with them and have them report back to you on that and the condition that's in Appendix B in the report.
Which was my earlier question.
That's right.
Okay. Second question was concerning salvaging the old growth timber. What is our requirement right now regarding the embodied emissions in wood in buildings that will be torn down?
There are certainly opportunities to do that. A lot of this is at the discretion of the owner. And so it would happen and be encouraged probably at the DP building permit stage as well. So if you could maybe ask them that question at the end or have in closing comments?
I no
if
longer
they'd like?
can ask questions
Sorry.
of the
My
applicant.
apologies.
Yeah.
In closing comments, they could perhaps comment on that.
Actually, that option's exhausted now as well.
Yeah.
Really on to the debate queue.
Okay. Regarding CACs and how we align CACs and the use of CACs in terms of our plans, the point was raised again by the speaker about things like a community steward and you know, our food security workshops, artisan spaces. How do you determine those? And if there is a comment from some speaker to a application, do you take that into consideration when you are looking at the spending of the allocation of the CACs through the community plan?
Well, through council's policies, the CACs are allocated towards a local public benefit strategy, which exists in Canby Corridor and delivered through a capital plan. So as a reminder, those are to deal with construction costs and capital projects as opposed to programming costs. Now, having said that, a number of the community centers in the city do have programs around food security. I don't know what, if that's occurring in this neighborhood, but the speaker could certainly follow that up through the local community center and see if they have any program in their area.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Seeing nobody else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to a voting screen, please? And reminder, of course, to have your cameras on, as I see councilors do. And that passes with none in opposition. Great. Okay, so thank you, everybody. We will give an opportunity for staff to recollect for the next item, which is item number 3, the CD1 rezoning for 5079 to 5161 Ash Street. Okay, I think we have staff at the ready. Item number 3, CD1 rezoning for 5079 to 5161 Ash Street. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 3? Seeing nobody, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Penny Foreign Development Group to rezone 5079 to 5061 Ash Street, a residential district, to CD1 Comprehensive Development District. You permit the development of a 6-story residential building, a height of 21.4 meter, and a floor space ratio of 2.0 are proposed. General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. None in support, 3 pieces in opposition, and none dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m. today.
Thanks, David. All right, at this point, I'm going to issue the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number has been tweeted out and is made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chambers, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from planning, urban design, and sustainability here to present the application. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Helen Chen. I'm the rezoning planner for this application, which is being considered under the Cambie Corridor Plan. Oops. Excuse me, I'm just having a technical glitch. Can't seem to get rid of that screen. Okay. Sorry about that. So this site, dashed in red, is located on the west side of Ash Street, just north of 37th Avenue. The site is zoned RS1. In the surrounding area, there are new 4-story and 6-story buildings, as well as ones that are under construction or have been approved. The Heatherlands development is located across the lane behind the site. The site is occupied by 4 single detached homes, which are all tenanted. 2 of the 4 tenancies are eligible for provisions under the city's tenant relocation and protection policy. Okay. The site is located near several parks, community spaces, and bikeways. The site is 2.5 blocks from a Canada Line station. It is near a rapid bus route on 41st Avenue and local bus service on Cambie Street. This rezoning application is being considered under the Cambie Corridor Plan. The site is located in the Queen Elizabeth neighborhood in an area that anticipates residential buildings up to 4 stories for strata and 6 stories for rental. However, for sites adjacent to the future 35th Avenue, an increased height up to 6 stories for strata and 8 stories for rental will be considered to facilitate road dedication. Density up to 2.0 FSR for strata is supported. The application for a 6-story building was submitted last year. 62 strata-titled units are proposed, with 63% of units designed for families. The proposed density is 2.0 FSR and the height is 70 feet. 2 levels of underground parking are accessed from the lane. The upper stories of the building are stepped back above the 4th story, except at the southeast corner. The vertical expression at this corner lends prominence to the corner of Ash Street and 35th Avenue, for which land is being dedicated. 35th Avenue will be located entirely on the application site. 35th Avenue has been identified in the Cambie Corridor Plan as a park connector street and a pollinator highway, which is intended to connect Van Dusen Botanical Gardens to Queen Elizabeth Park with plantings to attract beneficial insects and bees. An open house was held in May of last year. 13 pieces of correspondence were received. Support was expressed for the proposed development as being appropriate for the location. However, concerns were also expressed about the building height and an increase in traffic. Staff note the proposal meets the intent of the Cambie Corridor Plan. As a 6-story building at 2.0 FSR, below the typical 2.5 FSR for a 6-story building in the Cambie Corridor, this application is subject to a negotiated CAC. A cash CAC of approximately $2.8 million is being offered. Combined with DCLs expected from the site, the application will deliver nearly $4.7 million in public benefits. In conclusion, This proposal meets the intent of policy by delivering residential housing. Staff support the application, subject to conditions outlined in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Is the applicant team here to speak to the application?
You're here, but we can just field questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant team, noting this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Seeing Councillor Carr on the queue. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Staff did talk about the pollinator highway. I noticed that there's a condition of approval that talks about requiring you to support the pollinator corridor. I'm wondering if you have any particular design or ideas in mind regarding how that would be achieved. It says also linking to off-site natural spaces. That's for you, yes.
So as far as the responsibilities for the 35th Road dedication, as part of our rezoning and development permit, that road is dedicated to the city and left as lawn. And then I believe that from that point on, it's designed further by others.
Yes, it just says to you as the applicant, it would be supporting in your landscaping
Yeah.
that pollinator highway. So I'm just wondering if you've had any conversations around
I
that.
haven't. Lori, can you speak to that?
Maybe I can speak.
Okay.
Or landscape architect. I haven't heard of that before, but we do have edible planting and chart in our plant list to use native planting and demonstrate, for example, that plants are pollinator plants. So we can further look into that to develop that further, especially around that frontage. It's definitely something we can look at.
That's great. That's exactly what I was looking for in terms of response. So thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's also, sorry, I just had seen something about rooftop amenity space and small trees. It's okay. It's all spelled out in the conditions of approval. I'm fine. That was the only question I had. Thank you. I'm good.
Great, thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, we'll now hear from the public, and pulling up the list. I believe speaker number 1 is Chris Serres. Is Chris Serres here, speaker number 1?
Speaker number 1 is not in the chamber.
Okay, speaker number 2 is Eric Chan on the phone.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Eric.
Hello.
You'll have 5 minutes to speak to council, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are in support or not of this application.
Not support.
Okay.
Do you hear me? Excuse me.
Yes, yep,
Hi.
we can hear you. Just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and thank you.
Yeah, I am the resident, but we want to oppose.
Okay.
Okay, so is it the time for me to speak now?
Yes, please.
Oh, yes. I'm Helen Zhang. I'm the speaker, Eric Chan's wife, and I'm behalf on him to look watching this meeting and speaking for him. And my sister-in-law, my husband's wife, my husband's sister, Soifan, is the owner of 5187 Ash Street. Just by the side of the rezoning site, okay? And first of all, we all appreciate all the hard work done by the city planner, Helen Chen, and that is presented in the referral report. And we know that achieving a balance between safety and harmony of our neighborhood is a tedious job, including handling tons of comments and documents before this hearing. My husband is a good man, and he has a close relationship with his sibling, especially with his sister, Shaiban. After my mother-in-law passed away in 2019, they become even closer. When he noticed something suspicious is happening, he will try his best to find the truth. I hope this habit doesn't cause any hard feeling for the planner, Helen. Thank you for Helen. And we hope a fruitful result had come out of this public hearing, so we can explain to Sharifan what is in progress and what's in process on S Street, and so that we can assure Sharifan that the city planner Helen Chan and the councillor of City of Vancouver are listening to her worries and concern regarding the rezoning. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband because he is out of town now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. At this point, I'm just going to make a second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number has been tweeted out and is also available on the live stream. If there's any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before we close the list. Of course, you'll have 5 minutes to make your comments and should limit those comments to the merits of the report being considered. Clerk, do we have any other speakers on the line?
There are no further speakers on the line.
Great. Okay, so we will take a 5-minute break for the third and final call for speakers. So we'll reconvene at 2:25. Thank you. Meisner's not online yet, but we can, oh, look, there he is now. Hi, Councilor Meisner. All right, this is the third and final call. Any speakers to this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. The phone number's been tweeted out and it's available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, do we have anybody on the line?
There's no additional speakers on the line or in the chamber.
Great. Okay, well, seeing as there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. And since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm also going to close the receipt of public comments. And I'll ask councilors to avoid side conversation. Councilors. Thank you. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Okay. Does staff have any closing comments? Okay. Do council have any questions of staff? Clerk, we receive any additional comments?
No additional correspondence has been received.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, I was, moved by Councilor Carr, seconded by Councilor Dominato. Is there any debate? Seeing nobody on the queue, then we could just move right to calling the vote. Clerk, if we could pull up the voting, please. Right, and that passes with none in opposition. Fantastic, okay. Okay, all right, thank you, folks. And we will get the next group of staff in for item number 4, CD1 rezoning for 3132 to 3150 Rosemont Drive. All right, we're just gonna wait till we get quorum here and get started. So we have quorum. We have 3 online, so. All right, item number 4, CD1 rezoning 3132 to 3150 Rosemont Drive. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 4? Seeing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Bonnie Madison Architects to remove 3132 to 3150 Rosemont Drive from CD1 Comprehensive Development District and to rezone the property by creating 2 new comprehensive development districts to permit the development of a 6-story residential building with 94 social housing units and retention of the existing community care facility. A height of 20.1 meter and a floor space ratio of 2.1 are proposed for the new residential building. A height of 7.3 meter and a floor space ratio of 0.67 would be permitted for the retained community care facility, matching the existing development. The following correspondence have been received since referral to public hearing: 5 pieces of correspondence in support, 5 pieces in opposition, and 2 pieces dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m. today.
Thank you, Clerk. At this point, I'm going to make the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-853-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, this number has been tweeted out and will be made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. There will also be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Let's get your mic on.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Allison Smith, and I'm the rezoning planner for this social housing application being considered under the Victoria Fraserview Killarney Community Vision. The site is located on the south side of Rosemont Drive between Kerr Street and Butler Street. It is one legal parcel. The site, along with the remainder of the block on Rosemont Drive, is currently zoned CD1 72. These properties were all rezoned in the 1970s to CD1 72 to permit the development of townhouses, senior citizens housing, and community care facilities. Most properties surrounding the site are zoned RS1 and contain single detached dwellings. The remaining properties to the east of the site on Rosemont are developed with townhouses. To the north, several properties have been rezoned to CD1 and contain townhouse and multifamily developments. The site is shown in red on the slide. The property is currently developed with a 2-story seniors rental building on the western portion of the site and a 2-story community care facility on the eastern portion of the site. The rental building, which is proposed for redevelopment in this rezoning application, contains 33 units, with 21 tenancies eligible for protections under the tenant relocation and protection policy. The community care facility would remain. The site is located near to many parks, including Rosemont Park directly across the street, Everett Crowley Park to the south, and a number of other parks to the east. Both the Champlain Heights Library and Community Center are within 800 meters of the site. The Victoria Fraserview Killarney Community Vision permits consideration of rezoning for social housing projects without further planning study. In 2017, Council approved the Housing Vancouver strategy, which sets out targets and actions to retain a diversity of households and incomes in the city. The strategy targets 12,000 social, supportive, and nonprofit cooperative units and 20,000 purpose-built rental units. This rezoning application was submitted on November 16th, 2022, representing a 7-month timeline to public hearing in keeping with the short program target timelines. The application proposes to remove the subject site from CD1 72 and to create 2 new CD1 bylaws, which I will refer to as CD1 West and CD1 East. CD1 West will apply to the portion of the site with the existing affordable rental building for seniors. This portion of the site is proposed to be redeveloped with a new 6-story residential building containing 94 social housing units. Staff recommend an FSR of 2.1 and a building height of 20.1 meters or 66 feet for this building. CD1 East would apply to the portion of the site which contains the existing community care facility, which would be retained. The remainder of the block along Rosemont Drive will remain zoned as CD1 72. The application proposes 93 one-bedroom units and 1 studio unit in the new building. However, staff have requested revisions to the building footprint in the rezoning conditions in order to accommodate further retention of a large tree at the southern property line. The applicant has advised that this will result in 7 one-bedroom units changing to studio units, for a total of 86 one-bedroom units and 8 studio units, but the total number of units would remain the same. Staff are supportive of this unit mix due to the seniors population which the project will serve. The project proposes to exceed the city's definition of social housing, which requires a minimum of 30% of units to be below housing income limits or HILS rental rates. The project has received provisional funding approval through BC Housing's Community Housing Fund, which requires the project to deliver 50% of units below HILS rates, 20% of units at rent geared to income deep subsidy rates, and 30% of units at market rents. The table on the slide shows the rental rate mix and the estimated rents and household income served for units within each rate category. The blue column shows the rents for the 20% of units categorized as rent geared to income deep subsidy units. The green column shows approximate rents for the 50% of units rented at below Hills rates. And the orange column demonstrates approximate market rents for the remaining 30% of units. These units are intended to be rented out at or below the market rent for a similar unit in the community. A virtual open house was held this past winter, and a total of 95 submissions were received, as well as a petition with approximately 122 signatures as of February 28, 2023. The project received both comments of support and opposition. Support was expressed for increasing the housing stock for seniors, in particular in a neighborhood with an aging population, and some respondents supported increased density on the site to facilitate development of the proposed senior social housing. We did receive a number of comments of concern through individual submissions and through the petition, including concern about the proposed height, density, and design of the building at this location, as well as the building's impact on privacy and solar access for neighbors. There was concern about the loss of large trees and green space on the site, as well as impacts to parking and traffic in the area, and from noise during and after construction. Some respondents noted that nearby amenities and services do not have enough capacity to accommodate new residents. The proposed scale of the building is in keeping with the existing and planned context for the area and meets the city's urban design objectives regarding neighborly fit, shadowing impacts, and livability, while providing much-needed affordable housing for seniors. Urban design conditions in Appendix D do require design development, the architectural expression, to better reflect desirable characteristics of the neighborhood. Construction noise and any noise associated with the development after occupancy would be regulated by the city's noise control bylaw. In relation to parking concerns, the project would be required to meet the parking bylaw. There are existing large trees on the subject site, a number of which are proposed for retention, and staff have included conditions in Appendix D to require further retention of 2 significant trees on the site, including through revising the proposed parkade access. With respect to impacts on local amenities and infrastructure, staff are looking at strategies to meet increased demand across the city portfolio. In conclusion, the proposal can be considered under the Victoria Fraserview Killarney Community Vision and advances the city's social housing targets under the Housing Vancouver strategy. The proposal and form of development represents an appropriate urban design response to the site and context. Staff support this application, subject to the conditions contained in Appendix D of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Allison. And just before, this is an opportunity for questions from council to staff. My script doesn't advise that they can ask the applicant too, but that is the case, yes? Okay, perfect. It's not in the script. But, all right, so we do have questions from council, starting with Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I assume that with respects to the opposition, the concerns are about the existing seniors that will be displaced. So I wonder if you can advise how those folks are going to be supported, just the TRPPs or any in terms of opportunity to return. I recognize that there's some deeply affordable units here and you're a net increase with 94, but can you speak about the current residents in the existing building?
Yeah, I would defer to our housing planner, Annie Meblis, on the line. Thanks, Annie.
Thanks, Allison. Thanks for the question. Yes, the existing tenants that are in the building right now are covered by the tenant relocation and protection policy. We have a non-market stream of that policy, and so the goal would be to relocate those folks into other social housing units, either a portfolio if the applicant has, which I think in this case they don't, but working with other nonprofits to try to find housing for them. And then they would be eligible to return to the building if they wanted to as well. So they're all covered through the city's tenant relocation protection policy.
Okay, can I follow up on one quick question? You said we have a goal to relocate them if the applicant doesn't, but into other social housing, a goal or a requirement?
It's a requirement, yes.
Okay, so they can't commence demolition of that until those folks are looked after and taken care of?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And then I wonder too, perhaps this is a combination for the applicant and for others. There's a deep level of affordability on this project compared to what we've seen in some others. How are you achieving that on this project?
Thanks, Councillor. Graham Plant here, speaking on behalf of the applicant. We are very grateful to receive provisional allocation of funding from BC Housing through the Community Housing Fund. We also do intend to submit to CMHC for the co-investment fund, though that is something we can't do until a later stage in the project. But the affordability as presented by Allison in the slide deck is enabled by BC Housing's Community Housing Fund, which provides both a capital grant and an operating subsidy to keep those rents in perpetuity. And it also, not directly related to this question, but it also enables first right of refusal for the tenants, even at the deep levels of affordability that are currently being provided.
Okay, thanks. And then just reflecting back, because we have a little bit of a muffle, so you said those, so that affordability is retained in perpetuity. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Correct. Yeah, the BC Housing Community Housing Fund comes with an operating agreement of 60 years. So the subsidy, if required, would be available for the full 60 years.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Okay, that's it. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks, Chair. I'm quite excited about this project. Actually, I grew up as a teenager right across the street on the other side of Rosemont Park. My mom still lives right in the vicinity, and so it's really great to see this evolution of the old Copernic Lodge. It's quite interesting that there's so many seniors' homes around there, and I guess my key questions are around the surroundings. I don't know if we have much influence with our park board, but Rosemont Park, for the most part, has been pretty neglected. Now, for seniors housing, it's always wonderful to have additional outdoor space, and there would be space available across the street from this new development. And I think it would be a great opportunity. In fact, when we were dealing with some of the correspondence on our South Vancouver discussion yesterday, there was one proponent talking about putting a community garden in the park there. I realized that we're talking to city staff here, but I'm wondering if we have any influence over the future of the immediate surroundings with Park Board.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. We don't have Park Board staff with us today, but we can certainly take that back and ask them that question. Generally, in relationship to any residential development, there's a requirement for outdoor amenity space for on-site residents in conjunction with an indoor amenity area. So we would expect to see that here with the seniors building as well. But we can definitely follow up with the Park Board.
Right. Rosemont is a very wide street, and I don't know if it presents any opportunities. I know that there's a bus that goes back and forth on it, so that's important. But if there's any other opportunity for using some of that with, whether it would be for active transportation or not, to connect some of the southern part around the Fraser View area.
Yeah, I believe that Rosemont Drive is identified as a local bikeway. It's not a dedicated bike lane like on Kerr right there, but as part of this application, there is no requirement to make an official bikeway in front, but it is identified as one by transportation staff.
Okay, and just one more question around the vicinity. I noticed that the rest of the block going up to 58th is zoned CD1. Do we foresee any changes in the immediate term for the neighboring properties there?
Or the ones that are remaining zone CD 172, not that we're aware of, those are privately owned townhouses. Okay. We've not been made aware of any changes.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Just the neighborhood is evolving, and it's interesting to see this happening. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great. Councillor Carr.
I'm just wondering about the situation around the trees on the site, which have already been partly asked, but there was one point you raised about the retention of a tree that's requiring, I don't know, is that big tree on the one? Okay, that's going to require switching out some of the one bedrooms for studios. So I understand that one, but it's unusual for me in Schedule B that of the conditions for approval, there's nothing about the trees, even though the report on the property in general. And even though on the report, it states that there are some large trees along the property line to the south that'll create a barrier for the houses, but it doesn't talk about retaining those. So can you let me know if they are going to be retained, those trees on the south boundary?
Yes, so there are two conditions in the landscape section, 1.7 and 1.8, that do speak to specific trees that were proposed for removal that we are requiring to be retained.
Okay.
And the expectation is that the trees that haven't been identified for removal will be retained because their arborist report did say they would be retained. And we have also, I believe it's 1.9 that requires additional landscape buffer to provide privacy as well along that southern.
Okay, and that
property
would
line.
include that south boundary?
Yes, that's in particular on that boundary.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. That's, thank
Welcome.
you. That's my question.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, we will now hear from members of the public, and thanks, Allison. We're not going to hear from members of the public. First speaker on the list is by phone. Speaker number 1, Audrey Jacobs. Is Audrey Jacobs on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great. Audrey, you'll have 5 minutes to make your comments, and please limit your comments to the merits of the report being considered, and let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you support or are opposed to this project.
Well, I am a resident, and I put my support as other, but it's kind of in the opposed other kind of, I didn't know where to exactly put it. Good afternoon to all you councillors. My comments, our family's lived in this neighborhood for 50 years, and my concern is, yes, we do need senior rental accommodation, but I think that this particular building for the intended group of seniors, it being a 6-story building, I think it's not in keeping with other buildings that are in the Champlain Heights area. And from a safety perspective, I think that 6 floors is too much for elderly people to navigate in terms of any emergency situation. I want to point out that neighboring buildings, for example, in the Fairhaven Seniors Living Complex, which is just before 49th and Elliott, there was a new building put in there, and it's only 4 stories. If you're aware of the neighborhood, there's also the Salvation Army Complex. I think that's at 58th. I thought it was 4 stories, but in fact it's only 3 stories. There's also the Masonic Care Facility. It has some housing, and it has the seniors building. Some of it is 3-story and some of it is 4-story. So my concern is that this building is too high for the intended target group, for elderly people. In looking at the landscape plan and just sort of overall building design, it looked like there was 2 elevators and there was 1 staircase for emergency access, and I'm just concerned that that building is too high for accommodation for seniors. If you're aware, there's a new fire hall building at 54th and Kerr, and above the fire hall is new accommodation for single moms and kids. So that building is 6 stories, and it's centered in the commercial retail part of 54th and Curve, which is by the Champlain Mall area. So I think that new building is appropriate for where it's located in the hub of the community retail commercial activity. But I think this building that's being built, I think it's too big for that parcel of land. And my concern is, yes, there is a side lane that runs north-south along the building, but there is no back lane, which would also buffer that building from the houses that back south of that building. So I think that building is just overwhelming for that space. So I do recognize we need a seniors housing, affordable housing, but I think for those 2 points, safety for the seniors and accessibility based on floor height to ground level, and its juxtaposition against the homes that are on the back of it on the south side, backing onto the building, I think that structure is too high. So those are my comments, and I just wanted to have that for the record. But I'm accepting that there has to be more development, but I think it should be in the context of what's already there in the neighborhood, and to fit with the other the people that live in that Champlain Heights community.
Great. Thanks. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, and thank you very much for articulating your points very clearly. You don't have any questions, so thanks very much. Next speaker on the list is speaker number 2, Chris Serres. Is Chris Serres here?
Speaker number 2 is not in the chamber.
Okay. Next is speaker number 3, Liz Narodowski, by phone.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Liz.
May I start now? Oh, sorry.
Yes, you may, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and speaking to the merits of this project. Thank you.
Yes, well, good afternoon, everyone. And yes, I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am very much in support of this project. So, presently, it is very crucial that we have the opportunity to build affordable housing for seniors, that we take that opportunity and build right now. Over the years, we have seen building costs rising dramatically. I am totally in support of this facility and building it now. Kaepernick is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Now is our time to make a move and keep up with the growth and the progressive initiatives of Vancouver. We are living in unprecedented times. Our seniors population is growing much faster. They're living lifestyles that make them much healthier, living much longer, and therefore there are many, many more of them. In the next 5 years, our seniors population is going to double. This is very significant. These seniors who have had the luxury of living in their single-family homes, raising their families, now are facing the challenges of living in a very expensive city. The upkeep of their homes becomes much too costly. Their children have gone on with their own lives. Spouses have passed. Living alone is not an option, so Kaepernick is their next step. Also, take this into consideration that Vancouver is a peninsula. It doesn't have the land to spread north, south, east, or west. Our growth is upwards, as we see in our downtown, our West End, and now spreading into the residential areas. If we can look forward into the future, eventually all of Vancouver will be looking like our downtown. So, we need to be proactive. We need this 6-story building. We need the support, this project for seniors now and into the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Liz. You don't have any questions. Appreciate you calling in. Our next speaker on the list, speaker number 4, Helen Ijuelo Allen, board member of the Kaepernick Foundation. Is Helen on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great, thanks, Helen. You'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, I will be brief. I want to begin by acknowledging our foremothers and our forefathers who 50 years ago decided to think about the future. They came after the war tore apart Poland. 80% of Poland was destroyed during World War II, and people had nowhere to go. Canada accepted them. They came here to build a new future for themselves. My parents were part of that group of people who came to Canada. Now, the fact that in Vancouver, the Polish people who arrived here saw the need to think about the future and to build the care facility and the Kaepernick apartments. Well, now 50 years later, it's our turn. It's our turn to think about the next future generation of seniors who are going to crucially need housing. And here I want to speak as a senior. I am a senior, and I am very conscious of the desperate need for affordable housing for seniors. So I commend this project for having achieved conditional approval from BC Housing to provide affordable housing for seniors. So I strongly suggest as many units as possible could be built on this site, that we go ahead and support that project. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Helen. Okay, so that is the list that I have. So at this point, I'm going to make a second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. This number's been tweeted out and it's on our live stream. Clerk, do we have any additional speakers on the line?
There are no additional speakers on the line.
Okay, at this point then, we will take a 5-minute break before our third and final call for speakers. So we will reconvene at 3 o'clock. Thank you. 353-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. That number has been tweeted out and made available on the live stream. If there's any speakers here in chambers, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, do we have any speakers on the line?
No speakers on the line, and, oh, sorry, we do. We have one speaker.
Okay. Speaker, we'll ask you to identify yourself, whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, and please, you'll have 5 minutes to speak to the merits of this particular application.
Hello. Hi, can you hear
speaker.
me?
Yep, can hear you.
Oh, hi. Hi, good afternoon. Hi, my name is Wei, and I'm a resident of Champlain Heights. So I would like to, so I try to get my neighbors to call in, but obviously most of them are seniors, so they're not good with technology. So calling is not too easy. I guess most of them don't use Twitter. So then I just want to maybe say something on behalf of myself and also on behalf of my neighbors. And we did send in the comment to the mayor and the city council. And first, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to express our thoughts. So basically, we send in a petition form, petition letters, and also share the comments and the thoughts with the city council, and also we communicate with the applicant. We do support this social housing project, and we think, given the demographics of the population, this area, senior housing and senior facility care are very much in need. But we're strongly against the proposed building height and some aspects of its architectural design. The main reason is the building height fails to follow the designated bylaw CD 172 and the Victoria Fraser Colony Community Vision Plan. Some of neighbors, we study those two provided documents very carefully, and according to CD 1, the maximum building height measured above the base surface should be 8.7 meters. But in this proposal, it's 3.31 times the allowed maximum height. And also, according to the Victoria Fraser View Colony Community Vision Plan, it stipulates very clearly that a limited number of low-rise apartments with a maximum height of 4 stories should be permitted in VFK, provided that they are designed to be compatible with single-family neighborhoods and adjacent homes. And so according to the applicant, the Copernic Foundation, they proposed a 5-story building initially, but BC Housing requested the project to be 6 stories. If the VFK Vision Plan is meant to be a framework for the public to consider this proposed building, we sincerely hope that the mayor and the council will follow the designated bylaw and the community plan to make a decision that will respect what people value and want to preserve in this area. If the community plan needs to be changed or updated, it should go through the right process rather than being completely discarded. So this is our concern for the building height. So in summary, they're not in line with the provided documents to the public. So in both the notice of public hearing and in the notice of rezoning application virtual open house, this community plan was provided. So that's the guideline for us to look at, to consider this project. The second reason is, as Audrey mentioned, that we think a 6-story building is not safe for its proposed future occupants, mainly all seniors, including people with disability. Audrey already mentioned a reason. And another reason we think it's important is, let's not forget that BC and Vancouver are located in an earthquake zone. So a factor that should not be overridden by the necessity of providing housing. It is convenient to say there are building codes provisions in building materials nowadays. However, Metro Vancouver, according to the experts, is not ready for magnitude 6 or 7 earthquakes. So we can find the information online very easily. A lower building with lower density will certainly be safer for senior residents in emergency of earthquakes, which we hope will never happen. If the building has only 2 elevators, what if the elevator breaks down in a fire emergency situation like that? How would we expect seniors to to navigate and to stay safe. So if the mayor and the council do agree that community residents should have greater and a more timely input into decisions about change in their community, and if the city government does want to prove to us that the democratic process which we have been going through is not merely window showing, please kindly consider the following 3 requests. One is we request to reduce the building height to 4 stories to reflect what this community could accept, especially since this proposed project is right next to single-family houses with no backland, no laneway space. So the privacy of the neighbor families will be severely impacted. Secondly, local residents want to see the modifications in the building design to help preserve the privacy of about 30.
That's your 5 minutes, so maybe if you could just wrap it up, please.
Okay, so basically we support a social housing project, so our main concern is the building height, and also we want to request to have a neighbor sitting on the rent selection committee to ensure that building is for its proposed use only. It's for seniors and for seniors with disabilities. Okay, thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak. Thank you.
And you mentioned you were speaking on behalf of your neighbors. Are they there with you now?
They're not with me now. They're most of seniors. They're working. This is not a good time for people. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, no, thank you. I just want to advise council that, of course, for the purpose of a public hearing, if you're speaking on behalf of people, they have to be there with you. So this would be considered an individual opinion. I'm going to now see with the clerk if there's any other speakers on the line.
No further speakers on the line.
Okay, so seeing as there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm now also going to close the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Seeing none. Staff have any?
No, sorry, Chair. No comments from the applicant. Thank you.
Sorry, Graham. Thanks for chiming in there. Thank you. Appreciate that. Does staff have any closing comments? Okay. Do council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, okay. I believe we can then, sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, clerk?
Yeah, we've received no additional comments.
Okay. All right, so moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Yeah. Okay. Is there any debate? Councillor Klassen, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I will be supporting this. I just wanted to address some of the concerns that were raised by some of the speakers with regards to the height of the building. There's been a brand new long-term care facility, and the seniors housing is not even long-term care. So people in long-term care generally have very high needs, very limited mobility, and would definitely need assistance from staff. This building at 6 stories is less than half the size of the 14-story long-term care building built by New Vista Society in East Burnaby. I think that the staff are appropriately trained usually to deal with emergency situations and then the need for safety and potential evacuation. So I just want to make sure that that there is assurance that the people in this building would be safe. Given its height, and it was noted that there are other buildings that were built earlier on that with Fairhaven being built at 4 stories. That was in the works for a very long time for that nonprofit society. The Salvation Army building was built, first part of it was built in the 70s, and there was an addition put on in the 80s. So these are buildings that were really from almost a different time in terms of the demand and need. And it is a neighborhood that has a very, very large elderly population. So I do feel that this is the beginning of serving the needs of that community, and I'm going to be very supportive of this. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, just a couple of brief comments. I am happy to see this project, and in fact, we need to see a lot more of them coming forward. If you look at the demographics, our population is aging dramatically and will double, I think, in the next 20 years without going into the specifics. And so really important that we're planning to look after our seniors. I think what's great about this one is that it was providing affordable housing for seniors. It will be again. Excuse me, with 94 units. So you actually have a net increase significantly of about 60 units of the current 33, and then retention of the community care facility. So happy to see that, and really happy to see the deep level of affordability on this project. It also underlines how critically important the partnerships are with the senior levels of government, because without the BC Community Housing Fund, you wouldn't see that level of affordability. And we see that a number of nonprofit providers are needing that assistance in order to provide the rates that can actually sustain people. So it's pretty fantastic to see 20% at deep subsidy and 50% at rent geared to income. So that's 70% of the units that really do provide significant savings opportunity for people, as well as quality, either quality care or quality homes. So really happy to see that and happy to support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, so we can move to a vote now, and just a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. Clerk, can you take us to a voting screen, please? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel.
Chair, can I get a vote assist? It's Peter Meisner here in favor, please.
Councillor Meisner.
And just FYI, I'm having some WebEx issues, so sorry about that.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato here. Could I get a vote assist in favor as well, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right, and
Thank you for a comment. I'll pick up. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And that passes with none in opposition. All right, excellent. Now, we will thank you, staff. We're just going to shuffle the chairs here for the next item. Item number 5, CD1 rezoning for 314 to 328 West Hastings Street. Right, seeing that we have quorum, we will move on to item number 5, CD1 rezoning for 314 to 328 West Hastings Street. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item number 5? And seeing none, clerk may now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
There's an application by the Pacific Reach Properties to rezone 314 to 328 West Hastings Street from Downtown District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 12-story mixed-use building. with 128 secured market rental housing units and ground floor commercial space. A height of 32.46 meter and a floor space ratio of 8.56 are proposed. Two of the existing building facets are proposed be retained. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 3 pieces correspondence in support, no correspondence in opposition, and dealing with other aspects of the application are received. This represents oral correspondence received up to 12 p.m. to date.
Great, thanks, David. Okay, at this point, I'm just going to make a first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. This number's been tweeted out and made available in the live stream. And of course, if there's any speakers here in council chambers, please come to the podium before the close of the speaker list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added at the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. For you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council and members of the public. My name is Lex Dominiak. I'm the rezoning planner for this application, which proposes to rezone under the Downtown East Side Plan and the rezoning policy for the Downtown East Side. The site is approximately 12,500 square feet and made up of 4 legal parcels on the south side of Hastings Street between Hamilton and Homer Streets. The site is zoned DD and surrounded by other DD zoned sites. To the east is the 6-story SFU Radius building. To the west is the 2-story Vancouver Film School building. And across the lane to the south are heritage, commercial, and below market housing buildings with heights ranging from 5 to 10 stories. This is a view of the site from Hastings Street looking south. The property is occupied by one 3-story concrete building constructed in 1948. This is the building with the curved frontage on the left side of this slide. The site also contains 2 2-story buildings constructed in 1904. The former building has been identified as having potential to be added to the Vancouver Heritage Register in the B category. The latter 2 buildings have not been evaluated for heritage value. However, they were identified by the Heritage Action Plan consultants for having heritage potential. There are currently no residential tenants. This area of the Downtown East Side has a range of local amenities, including cultural spaces, parks, and childcare. The site is well served by transit along Hastings, Pender, and Cordova Streets, with waterfront and Granville SkyTrain stations within a 5-minute walk. There are also a number of cycling networks nearby, including Hornby, Richards, and Dunsmuir Streets, which feature separated all ages and abilities lanes. The site is eligible for rezoning under the Downtown East Side Plan and the rezoning policy for the Downtown East Side, and falls within the Victory Square sub-area. Existing DD zoning allows for discretionary heights of up to 105 feet and a maximum density of 6.0 FSR for instances where social housing comprises a minimum of 2/3 of the floor space, or if secured market rental housing comprises all of the residential units. Rezoning policy maintains the 105-foot height limit set by existing zoning, but allows for increases in density beyond existing zoning. This application was submitted to staff for review on April 28th of last year. It proposes a 12-story mixed-use building with 128 secured market rental housing units and commercial uses at grade. 28% of the units are designated for families. The proposed density is 8.56 FSR, which is equivalent to just under 107,000 square feet and a height of 106.5 feet. The proposed height is 1.5 feet above the policy height for the area. However, after reviewing the application, staff support the increase as it would only apply to a modest rear portion of the building and would not be visible from Hastings Street. This additional height would also allow for the provision of 8-foot ceiling heights, which improves the livability of the residential units. 8 vehicle and 279 bicycle parking spaces are proposed, along with the retention of 2 heritage facades. This slide further illustrates the proposed heritage retention with a historic photo on the left and the proposed retention on the right. This table provides a comparison between market rents and home ownership based on unit sizes. This application is providing secured market rental units, which are typically more affordable than home ownership costs for units of the same size. Following submission of the rezoning application, a virtual open house was held from June 13th to July 3rd of last year, and 14 pieces of correspondence were received. Generally, there was support for the proposed building's height, massing, and density, matching that of the downtown east side plan, and the fit of the building in the neighborhood. Residents also expressed support for the reduction in vehicle parking and the prioritization of bicycle spaces given the site location. Some comments of concern related to the affordability of the rental units and the potential for the development to lead to neighborhood gentrification. In response, staff note that the downtown east side plan supports the delivery of a range of rental tenures for this area, including market rental. At present, there are no residential tenants in the existing buildings. And for new tenants, while the city does not set starting rental rates, annual rent escalations would be limited by the province's maximums. A housing agreement would also secure the building as purpose-built rental, which prohibits the conversion to strata. The public benefits accruing from this application include a DCL contribution of over $3 million and a public art contribution of over $211,000. The applicant has chosen not to take the DCL waiver. Per the CAC review, Real Estate Services has concluded that no land lift would be generated. This is due to the cost of securing the rental floor area and the heritage costs associated with retaining the two building facades. Additional benefits include the 128 units of market rental housing secured through a housing agreement. In summary, staff recommends approval of this application, subject to conditions outlined in Appendix B, as it meets the intent of the Downtown East Side Plan. This concludes my presentation. Both the staff and the applicant team are here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lex. All right, Council, are there any questions from Council to staff or the applicant team, noting this is your one opportunity to ask questions of the applicant team? Oh, sorry, I should ask if the applicant team had anything they wanted to say. Oh, okay. Councilor Carr.
Great, thank you. I think I'll start with the parking situation. I noticed that you noted the bike parking. There is no residential parking in this building, and I'm actually in support of that idea, but I'm wondering if it's because of the difficulty in constructing in that particular area of the city, or if it's just a choice on the part, I guess, in the discussions with the applicant.
Sure. The parking bylaw actually has 0 parking minimums for this area of downtown.
Okay, then maybe it's a question to the applicant around, I think that we do have to head in this direction, looking to alternate forms of transportation. There's tons around there of public transportation, but why the choice to not put any parking in? As I say, I'm supportive of it, but I'm just interested.
Hello. Part of the reason would be to bring in parking into this site. There's a lot of things that are, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the site, but it's on 2 levels. So you enter on level 1 at Hastings Street, and then at the lane is level 2. So to provide all the necessary services, garbage, loading, it's a very small site as it is. So to bring parking in, a ramp into some type of parking would be difficult if we were to increase the parking. However, we do have some parking at grade at the lane. We are providing 7 to 8 stalls. I'd have to check on the number to be precise. But we are providing some parking for the building.
Yeah, I think I read that it was mostly for deliveries and that kind of thing.
Yes, yes.
Because there's,
So
okay.
there's also living units on level 2 that face out to Hastings. So the depth has decreased significantly to allow for more housing at that level.
Anyway, it makes sense to me. I think that it says, you know, we're sort of heading in that direction, seeing less and less parking.
Mhm.
It was a curious thing. I haven't seen one before with zero residential parking. So thank you.
I think the nature of the site affects what we can do with it as well, so.
Yeah. While you're at the stand, there's
Sure.
another, one of the conditions of approval in Appendix B of this report asks you to consider providing green roofs on the flat roofs areas. Are you
Yes.
considering doing that?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Yes.
And it also talked about more landscaping around the entrance areas. Although there's, you know, there's Cenotaph Square, well, there's a park, but, you know, there's that area of Hastings could do with more green trees. So you're thinking about, I think it said adding a provision of street trees even?
I wouldn't be able to respond to that. That would be a question for the landscape, and we haven't gone into that detail yet, but yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, that's it.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, so seeing no further questions from councillors, we're now going to hear from the public, and I have on the speakers list one registered speaker, speaker number 1, Chris Serres. Is Chris Serres here?
Speaker number 1 is not here.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. All right, so at this point, I'm going to issue the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. That phone number's been tweeted out and will be made available on the live stream. If there are any speakers in the council chambers, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Speakers, of course, will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Clerk, do we have any additional speakers on the line?
There are no additional speakers.
All right, so we're going to do our third and final call after a quick 5-minute break. So we'll come back at 3:35 for any final speakers. Those of you online, if you can reconvene with us, we're about to begin. And 2, 3, 6. Okay. All right. All right. So this is the third and final call. If there's any speakers for this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. This number's also been tweeted out and made available on the live stream. If there's any speakers here right now in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. Seeing none, do we have anybody online, Clerk?
There are no speakers on the line.
Okay, so seeing as there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. And since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm also now going to close the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? None. Staff have any closing comments? Seeing none. Clerk, did we receive any additional comments?
No additional correspondence was received.
Okay. Council, we will now make a decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Carr. Is there any debate? Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to just comment on this project, just based on the fact that I'm really excited about the heritage retention. It's really nice to see the big curve from the Tip Top Taylor storefront there, and also the fact that we're able to, it looks like that we're going to be bringing back some of the red brick, the retaining some of that heritage look, and what I think is a really nice modern design, and a project that's going to have a lot of great new housing in the area. I know this neighborhood is had its difficulties, and I know that the work that we're trying to do here, our staff are trying to do in the community together to try and make it a livable and a welcoming place is ongoing. But I certainly think that this building and this new housing and the connection and the history that you see in the front side of the building is going to be a very welcome part of that community going forward. So I'm very appreciative and look forward to supporting it.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm all echo those comments. I think this, I know this block well. I had an office in the Dominion building for 15 years. And I think from the time I was knee-high to a grasshopper, my mother took me down to the Dress-So. It's a great part of the heritage of Vancouver. Really happy to see that the infusion, though, in this case of not only retaining commercial buildings, but also the residential. I think that's really important in this part of the city, that rental residential. And I think where it's feasible and makes sense, zero parking in an area really well accessed, very close to SkyTrain stations and any other kind of public transportation really makes sense. And I think that's the wave of the future. So yeah, it's a great project.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm excited to support this project. I think it is nice to see this revitalization of this, I think a really important part of the city, Victory Square, connecting the CBD and the downtown east side, and also adding 128 rental units. I noted that everything from studios all the way up to 3-bedroom units, which we desperately need, and also noted the parking, the lack thereof. And I think that in such a central walkable location, this is the perfect place to reduce the amount of parking and instead have 279 bicycle spaces. So we're looking at about 2 spots for each residential unit, which I think is fantastic. Plus, it has the bonus of the retention of the 2 heritage facades. I did a bit of looking on the Vancouver archives and saw that this was actually the first location of Tip Top Taylor. So that's that curved facade that they're going to keep and restore. There's some pretty cool photos on the archives, so I'd suggest checking them out. So very happy to support this project and looking forward to seeing it move forward.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. Put myself on the queue. Speaking of archives, I can't help but feel a little... Oh, do I have to cede the chair to make a comment? All right, I see the chair to Councillor Klassen. Deputy Mayor Klassen, could you take the chair and indulge me a moment to reminisce? I can't help but feel a bit wistful and bittersweet. It's sweet because this is a great opportunity that's going to deliver a lot of rental housing, but I have such a history on this particular part of town. I had a studio around the corner for many years. I had an office in the Victory Building, which had a great view over top of that. 328 Hastings was at one point the Dunn's Tailors, and when the Dunn's Tailors moved out, it became a booze can of renown at 328 Hastings, where all sorts of exciting things happened. Next door was the Enver Hoxha bookstore, which was the communist bookstore in the 1980s. It was firebombed a few times, and later it became the BC Marijuana Party fledgling outpost for the late Ian Hunter until it was taken over by Mark Emery. And of course, then Mark Findler lived next door with a Brilliant Orange and Happy Man, which were seminal bands in the 1990s. And next door to that was the Crosstown Cafe in the Tip Top building, and home to so many music practice spaces where so many bands got their start in Vancouver. So it has so much heritage and history beyond just the heritage facade, but I appreciate that this is really giving a bit of a shot in the arm to this neighborhood, a neighborhood that I cherish and really value a lot. And I think this is really great to see the delivery of rental housing, but also the homage to a bit of the history that really makes so much of our city so great. So thank you for that, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, I'm going to advance. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Very quickly, hundreds of people lining up for rental homes, less than 1% vacancy rate, and 128 new secured market rental units that provide security of 10 years. So it's the housing that we need, and I support.
That was short and sweet. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. All right, seeing no further comments, Clerk, if we can move to the voting panel, please. And reminder to those online, if you're voting, you'll need to have your camera turned on, please.
Chair, is Councillor Dominato. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you. Okay, and that passes with none in opposition. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, applicants. All right, we'll take a moment to get the next crew in for our final item of the day. What? Yes, our final item of the day. Rezoning for item number 6, rezoning for 109 East 40th Avenue. Okay, all right, and I see we have quorum. All right, let's begin. This is the final item of the day, item number 6, rezoning for 109 East 40th Avenue. Do any members of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 6? Seeing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
It's an application by GMC Project to rezone 109 East 40th Avenue from residential district to residential rental district to permit the development of a 4-story mixed-use market rental building with non-residential uses at grade. A height of 15.3 meter and a floor space ratio of 2.5 are proposed. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 19 pieces in support, 14 pieces in opposition, and none dealing with other aspects. This represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m. today.
Thanks, David. At this point, I'm going to make a first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, you can please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound for the close of the speakers list. Phone number has been tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers who are here in the council chamber, please prepare yourself to come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. And we have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Over to you.
Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Wong, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application for the secured rental policy. The enabling policy is the secured rental policy, or SRP. The SRP encourages the new purpose-built rental housing and aligns with the rental housing goals of the Housing Vancouver strategy and the complete neighborhood goals of the Vancouver Plan. Updates to the SRP were approved by Council in 2021 to create residential rental zones, also known as RR zones or district schedules. Additionally, Council approved an eligibility map, which stipulates areas for the standardized RR zones. Rezonings to standard rental districts have a simplified rezoning process. Instead of creating customized site-specific CD1 zones, the RR district schedules establish clarity on permitted use, height, and density. The RR zones provide more certainty about what building forms may be permitted in low-density areas. The schedules are accompanied by company-approved comprehensive design guidelines. In the simplified process, architectural drawings are not required at the rezoning stage. The specific building design would be reviewed through a future development permit process, at which time the neighborhood would again be notified to provide their input. I think this is the public feed on the right slide. I don't have that slide.
Quick pause here, folks, while we sort out some tech.
Okay, great. I'm supposed to be on this slide.
Okay, maybe you say next and then.
Okay, I'll say next. Thanks. This map from the secured rental policy shows sites that are zoned RS or RT, which are outside of the recent community plan areas and are thus eligible for RR rezonings. The locations are based on close proximity to public transit and local shopping, as well as being on the first full block on either side of an eligible arterial road. The purple star indicates the site of this application, located on the northeast corner of East 40th Avenue and Quebec Street. Shown in blue are the blocks around the site that are also eligible for rezoning to an RR district. The secured rental policy allows for a 4-story mixed-use residential building on a local road in the circumstance of a site containing an existing non-residential use. Next. The RR zone options are shown on this slide. For the subject rezoning application, the applicants would like to retain the existing church use in the future redevelopment. Therefore, their only RR zone option is the RR3A zone. The RR3A zone permits residential uses on the second story and above, or along the ground floor at the lane or along the flanking street. Non-dwelling uses are required at the main frontage on the ground floor and may include cultural and recreational uses, institutional uses, office, retail, and service uses. Next slide. The site outlined in red is zoned RS1 and developed with a church built in 1956. There are no existing residential tenancies on site. The site is surrounded by RS1 and RT2 zoned residential properties, with the exception of the CD1 and C2 areas located to the southeast near East 41st Avenue and Main Street, which allow for mixed-use development with commercial and residential uses. Next, please. Consistent with the intent of the SRP, the site is located near several parks and schools, as well as shopping areas and frequent transit routes along Main Street and 41st Avenue. Next, please. The proposed RR3A district schedule allows for a 4-story mixed-use residential building with a maximum FSR of 2.5. Next, please. The Housing Vancouver strategy seeks to deliver a range of tenures, and affordability across the housing continuum. Renting, shown in green on this table, has lower monthly costs than homeownership, which is shown in orange. Next, please. The process for seeking public input on residential rental rezonings is the same as for CD1 rezonings. A total of 121 submissions were received during the virtual open house. Comments of support were for the location, addition to the neighborhood, and additional rental stock. Concerns were related to the height, density, location, additional traffic, parking bottlenecks, and the retention of the existing church. Next, please. In response, the proposed location is consistent with the secured rental policy, and the detailed architectural drawings, including proposed height and density, will be submitted through the development permit process and will be reviewed against the RR3A district schedule and design guidelines. Further, engineering staff have reviewed the proposed development for transportation safety issues and included rezoning conditions that will address safety for all road users. This includes intersection lighting improvements at Quebec Street and East 40th Avenue, a new lane crossing on Quebec Street, and speed humps in the lane. The church building is not listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register. The RR3A district schedule allows for institutional uses, which includes church uses. The applicant has proposed the church use will be retained on the site, so will continue to serve as a gathering place within the community. The applicant has also proposed to reuse and repurpose elements of the existing church in the new building. This opportunity will be explored at the development permit stage. Next, please. The public benefits accruing from this application include a DCL contribution of over $2.2 million. The applicant has not chosen to take the DCL waiver. The CAC policy for rezonings exempts routine, lower density, secure market rental rezoning applications such as this one. Additional benefits include the secured rental units through a housing agreement. Next, please. In conclusion, this proposal meets the intent of city policy by delivering a secured rental building. Staff support this application to rezone to the RR3A district schedule with the form of development reviewed through the development permit process. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Brian. Now, is the applicant team here and do they wish to speak to the application? Let's take a quick break while we get the AV set up. Andrew, maybe. Oh, I'm sorry. David has the present. So we have the clerk has the presentation. So you can just ask to advance the next. Get that up on the screen. Here we go.
I'm ready.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. My name is Tony Kiptu with the applicant GMC Projects. I'm a partner in the business and I'm the Vice President of Development. With me today is Jordan Milne, CEO and President, and Luke Johnson, who's the General Counsel for the IBC Church. Next, please. So about GMC Projects, we're a passionate, family-owned, Vancouver, Victoria-based project real estate development and management company. We identify unique opportunities and collaborate with amazing designers, architects, community members to create projects that are thoughtful, creative, and aim to serve the community. We work with people that share our passion and genuine spirit for what we do. We are fortunate to do what we love, and we aim to create environments that our residents are proud to call home. Next, please. Emmanuel Baptist Church was conceived by Pastor Gerhard Jabawa, and it was initially built to serve the German immigrants. The design by Wilfred Butz and the project management by Frank Stanzel was a joint collaboration with skilled volunteers and began in 1956. They unbuilt the original homes on the site and reclaimed some of the material and repurposed those in the church. In the same spirit, our intention is, if approved, and at time of construction, we intend to salvage and repurpose any items of historical or heritage value, such as the laminated structural columns, the pews, flooring in the new church. IBC's congregation is now multicultural, serving people of diverse nationalities with services held in various languages. Next, please. Our joint objectives, GMCs and IBCs, are to create a new church facility to better serve IBC's current and future needs, create community fostering spaces that would continue to deepen IBC's connection with the neighborhood and the community. For us, it's a passion to create much needed secure rental housing, provide future homes that are conscientiously designed for livability with natural-like considerations, private storage, and outdoor spaces. Next, please. So the property is located on the corner of Quebec and East 40th, 300 meters from the intersection of Main and East 41st. And this off-arterial location provides for a unique opportunity to create diverse housing types within a 5-minute walking distance of public spaces, rapid transit, elementary schools, grocery stores, as previously highlighted by the rezoning planner. Next, please. So here's a bird's eye view of what the location in a broader context of the neighborhood is. You see your local transit, your rapid transit, you see 2 parks, community centers, shopping. Next, please. So if this is approved today, our future overview and community benefits rezoning would result in are a new church facility created purposefully with flexible floor plans that allow for multi-purpose programming and spaces to accommodate various church functions and communal use. The additional creation of new rental homes in a 0.6 vacancy catchment area is much needed at this time. No residential tenants will be displaced by any future application, and updating of the municipal infrastructure immediately adjacent to the property, and improved pedestrian experience adjacent along East Quebec, along Quebec, East 40th, and the lane through a dedication of land that will allow for widening of the lane. Next, please. So this process started greater than 7 years ago. Initially, in 2016 to 2018, IBC decided to investigate the opportunity of redeveloping their property. And in initial conversations with GMC projects, at that time, it was decided to come together. There was a meeting of the minds, and together they partnered to execute on this vision. So this happened between 2018 and 2019. Since then, up until last year, GMC has undertaken extensive consultation with the city, with the IBC congregation, and the broader community in envisioning what could be of the property. This is culminated in today's application and today's public hearing, and it's been a long road, but here we are in front of you, physically and online. And we hope that you'd give us the consideration and to approve this application. Off to the next slide, and that's all we have for today. But we're present with any questions, and that's the same shirt I'm wearing today.
Nice, thanks for pointing that out, Tawny.
You're welcome.
All right, so council, this is an opportunity for council to ask staff or questions of staff or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. Councillor Carr, first.
Yeah, thank you. I am interested in asking the applicant around the projection of the number of residential units that you expect to have and of what kind of type or sizes those units might be.
Yes, thank you for that question. We are anticipating between 70 and 75 units, of which 35% to support the city's family unit initiative would be 2 or more bedroom units.
Great. Okay, thank you. That was really my only question. Everything else got answered by the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Klassen.
Very quick question. Just, I was down at this property when we were door knocking last September. I ended up talking to some people in the community. There's obviously a surface parking lot on the north side of the current church building, and then there's a big green space which is an adjacent part of the property. How much of the green space will remain there in the proposed development?
So the anticipation is the green space will be occupied with new housing. I think that was one of the elements. The city's empty homes tax, I think, there was a conversation, to my knowledge, that IBC was looking at what to do with that land for some time, but I believe the city's empty homes tax created a consideration of pressure around doing something with it. And so I think on the backside of that policy, what you're seeing is several years of engagement and consultation that are culminating in the an application for your consideration to bring forward housing in that location and in the location of the existing church, with the church facility being able to be recreated within that.
Okay, good. That's fine. That's thank you. That's my question.
Great. Councilor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have one question. And have you done other projects in Vancouver before, or is this the first rental? And the reason that I ask you that is to understand a bit about your experience with this simplified rezoning process for our district schedule. I'm wondering if this is your first one, or if you have done other projects where you would compare it to when we didn't have the simplified process in place.
So yes, we have done other projects in Vancouver, 245 East Georgia, which is across the street from the wonderful Nom Pen, my favorite restaurant in Vancouver. Is a 9-story, 40-unit building that didn't require rezoning, went through the development permit process. It was at that transition of the STIR program to the Rental 100 program at that point in time, and despite it being a DP process, was challenging. We also developed a project called Brixton Flats at the corner of Gore and Pender, sort of a beige cream brick building with gold accenting. It had Kevin and Kevin Juice Bar, a barber restaurant for anybody who's been there. That did require rezoning on the backside of the downtown east side plan, and was quite cumbersome and challenging. And so in terms of this process, if I was to look at the simplified rezoning process that we've undertaken as part of the SRP on the back end, it has been better. However, for us as a whole, we have had several years before that with the hope of going under a prior policy that was no longer available to us. And so all-encompassing, a little bit more complicated, but if I was to be seeking an application in today's environment with the SRP as the only tool at my disposal, it would be an improved experience.
So cutting to the chase, because it sounds like you were contemplating this project before the simplified regulations came into place, if I'm reflecting back and understanding, but do you sense or feel, or not able to comment at this point, based on the timing, that this would save you time over having to go through that?
Yeah, had we not had we were looking at this with that policy available to us from the starting point, it would have been a better process than the prior process. Obviously, we still have to go through a development permit application subsequent to this. And in some municipalities we work within, they do allow for joint rezoning and development permit processes, which is something that the city may consider. And it certainly allows the developer to, especially when you're going through a detailed design exercise for rezoning, to be able to get some time taken out of the process that historically the city of Vancouver it hasn't been an option.
Okay, and then just last kind of quick clarification. So is it the time coming out of the process, or is it also the more simplicity?
Time and risk. As an example, the Brixton Flats project that we did was approved by council at rezoning, but rejected at development permit board and required an entire redesign on multiple occasions, which added more time and more cost. And so if council, as an example, was having an application come forward and they were supportive of the design, but maybe with some comments, as there were in the case of Brixton Flats, they wanted some different colors on the building, as concerns were expressed by members of the public as it related to the colors of that application. But had we been able to simply make those changes and it was approved at a staff level, it would have shaved a considerable amount of time and money out of the project to deliver secured rental housing. And both of those projects, I should note, did provide secured rental housing, a total of 96 units between the two, ranging from studio to 3-bedroom and den units.
Okay, because you're just going for approval entitlements, but you're doing form separate from council approval here.
Correct.
Okay, that's really helpful insight. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. All right, seeing no further questions from council, this is an opportunity to hear from the public. On our registered speakers list, our first speaker, speaker number 1, is Rose Kwok. And a reminder to folks that they'll have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. And please identify if you're a resident of Vancouver. So, speaker number 1, Rose Kwok on the phone.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Rose.
Hi. I'm not the resident of Vancouver, but I'm the members of this church. I have been in this church for 25 years. Okay. We are concerned about the referral does not fully address the public's concern. The serious nature of our concern includes, first thing, the project is not aligned with the city vision for Riley Park, and this is according to Directions 1511. Which is to increase housing for senior residents and preserve history and character of this area. Lack of housing for seniors will be manifested in many areas, adding more burden to the healthcare system and the social services. I work as a social worker, so there is 196,000 people aged 55 to 84 live in Vancouver City in 2021, and the median age is 42.2. A custom-built and affordable housing for seniors indeed will be more in need in this area and in the near future. Importantly, this rezoning application is for market rate rental, not affordable housing. Affordable housing is a common issue in Vancouver, especially for those seniors who are near or in their retirement, who on fixed incomes, who have lived in this area for their whole adult life. Building housing for senior residents was also our church founders' desire and intention when they purchased the additional 3 lots. And this is our first intention engaged with GMC. But it seems to us, there was a switch of plan to our knowledge. And number 2, this application is at the expenses of the community and involves serious environmental concerns and mismanagement. Our church building condition assessment and capital plan done on July 8, 2020. We will be glad to provide a copy to the council if you want to take a look. We asked a professional building inspector to help us to understand the report, and we then realized that the church building is still in good condition, not as per reported by the project leader, say that it's aging, need to spend a lot of money to upgrade and repairs. The church building was built by the architecturally renowned Vancouver builder, Frank Stanserf, and many volunteers from the immigrant community. And the church is still in a very good condition. A new roof was just put in 2017. And demolition of this cultural building will not only be a loss of an iconic and beloved structure of the community, it also unnecessarily burdens the environment. Its destruction will add to our global warming issue. It will be a great loss to our community to see such a beautiful, historically and culturally rich building being torn down. Number 3, mispresentation to the church over years and recently also to the community. The applicants presented a developer plan on an obsolete policy, affordable housing choice interim policy. We have done much research and confirmed with your staff that this policy has closed for applications and full inquiry on June 30th, 2019. From our knowledge, GMC have spent over $150,000 on the architectural drawing on CD1 zoning of a standalone church for the congregation to vote on and presented it to the community engagement meeting on April 27, 2022. All the while, we were told that to transfer the property to GMC for them to apply for rezoning, but in the meeting, GMC told the community they have bought over the property from the church. Isn't this unethical or unlawful to present a mispresentation scheme to the church and the public? Can such act withstand litigation? And we have many questions why all the church leaders who have signed the contract and have left the leadership position after the property have been transferred and sold to GMC. And we don't know what was their purpose of holding those positions to facilitate this transaction. I don't know. Only they know. Yeah, we respectfully ask the mayor and the council members consider these matters and significant irregularity before you give your approval on this application. The church and the community members are depending on you to be their voice to preserve this building and the neighborhood and the community and the environment to preserve as it is right now.
Okay,
And
thanks, Rose.
thank you.
That's actually your time, but you do have a question from Councillor Kirby Young.
Yes.
Hi there, Rose. I just have one clarification question. I wasn't fully clear. Can you just clarify your relationship to the church for me, please?
Oh, yes. I have been as a member in this church for over 20 years.
Okay, so you're a congregant. You attend regularly.
Yes.
Okay. But you were not involved with the church as an employee or another capacity. You're just a church member.
I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just a member,
Okay.
a volunteer.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Rose. You've got no further questions? Okay, next speaker is speaker number 2, Alon Segev. Do we have Alon Segev on the line? Great. Alon, you'll have 5 minutes to make your comments, and please limit them to the merits of the report being considered, and let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver or not. Alon? Okay. Alon Segev, do we have you on the line? Alon?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Great, yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you. So you'll have 5
Yeah.
minutes, and please limit your comments to the merits of the report, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yeah. First of all, thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am a resident of Vancouver. I am opposed to the application being presented today. I am a real estate and business lawyer practicing here in Vancouver, so I'm aware of all the issues at play. To start, I would like to bring some attention to Section 1 of the secured rental policy. And in particular, the last sentence specifies that qualifying projects may be mixed use, i.e. include a commercial component, but all of the residential floor space must be rental. So I just want to highlight that the proposed ground floor commercial use is well within the discretion of the councillors, and I don't think it's appropriate for this part of the neighborhood. There was lots of discussion regarding vacancy being an issue in the city. That's a discussion dealing with present-day stock. We've got large developments that are coming down the line right now, going up and down the Main Street corridor. For one, we've got a new building on the northwest corner of Main and 41st. That's a rental building. We also have a 15-acre site between Queen Elizabeth Park and Main Street that is being developed by the Holborn Group. They're expecting 1,800 units. We all know in Vancouver that not all the units are being lived in by owners. We've got lots of rentals, albeit we do have issues with people getting evicted when owners take occupancy of the units. We do have other rental stock like guest suites and coach houses. I walk around my community and I see an abundance of coach houses, old and new, and some currently being constructed. I share the last speaker's opinion that the original proposal presented to us does not accurately represent what was presented subsequently. I feel like they've done a bit of a bait and switch on us. The first proposal did not include any commercial use of the building. Parking is also a major issue. The developers have commented that they're going to have parking underneath the building, but I can tell you as a neighbor of the church, I see that the church has weddings and other engagements, and parking becomes a real problem. And I expect that with commercial businesses operating on the ground floor, and at the same time the church having its engagements and venues, we're going to have a real issue with congestion and parking. The developer presented that there's going to be a benefit to the community, such as improved pedestrian experience. I frankly don't know what that is. I don't know how you can improve my experience walking down an alley, but it makes for good marketing speech for sure. Lastly, I really do enjoy having the church as a neighbor, and I enjoy the congregates. They do deserve an upgraded facility if it's needed, but certainly not having commercial units on the ground floor. We do not need another cannabis store, liquor store, or other sort of retail outlet when we have lots of those retail experiences up and down Main Street. That's all I have to share today, and I thank you for your time.
Great. Thanks, Alon. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much for calling in. Our next speaker is in person, Dorothy Lee. Is Dorothy Lee here? Hi, Dorothy. You can come up to the podium. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. Of course, let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and comments on the subject at hand. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody and council. My name is Dorothy Lee. I represent a couple seniors in our church. I'm the church member for over 30 years. I volunteered there for 30 years. I live in the neighborhood. I'm opposed to the rezoning of the church property. A, the church owns 3 empty lots, which we have used for children program. Because of the empty lot law in Vancouver, the church wanted to develop this lot into affordable senior housing. But as I will explain it in a moment, the empty lots and the church itself, 7 lots in all, were voted into development. This vote was based on the promise made by GMC, the developer. Number 1, they would build us a standalone church, close to the size of the existing church. Number 2, the church won't have to pay a penny. GMC failed to keep its promises. The church have already spent over $1 million and standalone church is no longer part of the plan. The developers have misled the church. B, the church was manipulated by a few people. One man transferred the entire property to the developer so they could apply the rezoning permit. This man is self-identified friends of GMC. After the person signed the contract with GMC, he left the church and canceled his membership. Is this a responsible person? He left the church members with the project over $11 million. This is not the project we want. Some of the members don't know how to oppose the project. C, our church is still in good condition according to our capital building assessment. A new roof was installed in 2017. Why destroy a fine building? This is not the environmentally sensible things to do. The church plays an important role in our community, providing space of many concerts, wedding, recital, art event, and funerals. We rent church space to the BC Royal Conservatory of Music. 2 weeks ago, Father's Day, we have 150 people join the Vancouver Gospel Festival. Please don't permit GMC to demolish the church built by the pioneer German immigrant. More than 200 people signed the petition to keep the church. I would invite all of you to come visit our church before you make the decision. According to my own understanding, the project looks suspiciously like a scam between a few people in the church and the developer and vulnerable elderly congregation was either manipulated or misled. Why did the man who transferred the property to the developer and who signed the contract leave the church shortly after doing this? How can a small group of members we don't understand development matter manage this project? D. The church is well-built structure built by the Frank Stanzer, who also built the landmark public medical center in Vancouver at 805 West Broadway, UBC Buchanan Tower, and many other buildings. Our church has beautiful acoustic, a big pipe organ, a high ceilings. Musicians love to perform in our church. I'm a music major. I love to sing and worship God in our church. A longtime church member who just passed away last month at the age of 97. Her husband also built this church, said, "Church is for worshiping God and not for profit." She opposed to tear down the church. The Bible said, "For the love of money is the root of evil." 1 Timothy 6:10. This is my final plea. We're facing losing our church. We need your help to keep the church. Only develop the free law, please. May God bless you all to do his will. A servant for the Lord and the community. Dorothy, thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. That was very well timed as well. Thank you very much for coming and speaking to us. Okay, our next speaker, speaker number 5 has withdrawn. Our next speaker is speaker number 6, calling in Peter Dowdy. Oh, my apologies. Our next speaker is speaker number 4, James M. Bales, who's phoning in. Is James M. Bales on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, please, James, you have 5 minutes, and let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and your opinions on this project.
Okay, thank you, Council, for hearing me today. I am definitely for the rezoning of 109 East 40th Avenue. It's a definite for. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and by way of background, I left Emmanuel Baptist Church at the end of February in 2022. Until this time, I was the team lead for the church's redevelopment project on this site. The property development team was formed in June of 2016 to determine the best course of action for the 3 vacant lots immediately adjacent and east of the church. That's the big green area that you saw in the earlier presentation. In April of 2019, Church Council voted to work with GMC Projects for the development work to be pursued. Initially in conjunction with GMC Projects and their architects PH5, the church was only going to develop the 3 vacant lots. However, upon further investigation, the church decided to pursue a full 7-lot development, which would include rental apartments and a brand new church for Emmanuel. This was voted on at a members' meeting in January of 2020 and passed with a 72% members in favor. Vancouver needs rental housing in areas close to public transport. This project provides this. The design will be pleasant, unobtrusive, and will blend into the local community very well. The current IBC has many structural deficiencies. A building condition assessment was conducted and indicated that $1 to $2 million will be needed over 5 years to keep IBC safe and up to date. Furthermore, IBC will get a new church, which will better serve the needs of its congregation and the local community versus the existing church. GMC Projects is a well-known and well-respected medium-sized developer which has completed several projects in Vancouver and Victoria. His chosen architect, PH5, has some good comparable church projects in its portfolio. GMC Projects has stood by IBC for the past 4+ years during its staff and leadership changes, trying to find the best pathway forward. I hope Council can approve this rezoning application to prevent any further delays. Thanks for listening.
Great. Thanks, James. You do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, thanks for speaking to Council, James. I have one clarification question, and you mentioned 72% were in favor. Can you just expand on that, who that was and who that represents, who was surveyed and how?
The 72% was a congregational vote, so members of the church at that time. Okay, so 72% of the actual congregation were in favor of that 7-lot development.
Okay, so you put this to all of the membership, so to speak?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Okay, and that vote was based on, if I can ask, on the proposal that council is considering today before us, the same parameters?
No, it was different. I don't know all the changes that happened in between, but my understanding is design has changed a bit, but it was based on a different proposal, is my understanding. Maybe Jordan can clarify that, perhaps.
Was that vote based on having a standalone church or having an integrated church?
It was standalone because there was a separate wall, but it was virtually, I mean, the rental housing would be joined by a common wall, but it was a separate church, okay? It would look like one big building, but it was actually two separate buildings.
Okay.
There was a common wall.
And your understanding of what we have today and versus that vote in terms of how the church is delivered, or the structure of the church?
I don't know exactly because it's been a while since I left, and so I can't comment on that, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you for speaking. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay. Speaker number 5 has withdrawn. The next speaker is phoning in speaker number 6, Peter Dowdy. Peter Dowdy on the line.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes
Great.
to speak. And please let us know if you're
Okay.
resident of Vancouver. Thank you.
Yes, I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am calling in to ask council to approve this application. This church has served its community for decades. It was built back when you could just assemble some land and then build something in your community. Maybe we should go back to that. But despite what may or may not have happened in the 70s, this is an opportunity for this site to grow and evolve and meet today's needs. This is an enormous lot with a lot of potential to produce dozens of family-sized rentals, which I'm sure this community that has attended this church for decades is in dire need of. Approximately 60,000 square feet of residential space. This will improve affordability in the area, and it also preserves the site's role as a community center because the application comes with 10,000 square feet of non-residential space, including, hopefully, an inbuilt church. I hope the development board will allow the applicant to retain the church use of the site. It's also a great instance of the SRP. I like that the application is on the side of the block that is distant from the arterial. This will reduce noise and create more room for people and community space. It would be even nicer if the SRP could extend even further, so maybe that could happen someday. So in conclusion, I'm glad that the SRP rescued this from a process morass of years and years and years of uncertainty, years in which this project could have already been housing people. My only complaint is that this process could and should be even faster. So let's hop to it. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions. Next speaker is speaker number 7, Chris Serraz. Chris Serraz here. Okay. Not seeing Chris Serraz here, and I'm assuming he's not on the line, so moving on to speaker number 8. Speaker number 8 is Thomas Lee. Is Thomas Lee here? Hi, Thomas. Up to the podium, please. And you know the drill. 5 minutes. Let us know if you're from Vancouver.
I'm Thomas. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in Vancouver for last more than 30 years. I've been living in the neighborhood for about the same time, 30 years. I've been member of the church also 30 years. And still member. I just was attending the church last Saturday. Please vote no to the above rezoning. Number 1, place of worship. I want to plead if saving the Emmanuel Church, especially for the neighborhood seniors have a place of worship. And number two, misled by developer. Our church have been misled by a developer. The GNC promised to build a separate standalone church in the beginning. Later, GNC found out that Vancouver City does not allow any standalone church building anymore. The church was misled to have voted for the 7 lot instead of developing our 3 empty lot next to it. The developer GMC wants a bigger project. They want to demolish the existing church building. If the church knew that they would not have a standalone church as promised, people would not have voted for the 7 lot development. Only the attendee at that meeting vote for that, not representing the entire church. We just want to save the church for this generation so that people can worship God as usual and have community friendship linkage. And number 3, silent majority. Save a historical 65 years old church built by Pioneer. More than 200 people signed for the petition. Do good to these seniors in the community, and these seniors don't know how to oppose the project. They don't know how to use internet. And they are silent majority who are being manipulated by the big developer who just want the land. I'm not against the social housing, especially for seniors. We can use the 3 empty lot instead of developing plan for market value rental in expense of the church. We should not sacrifice a good church building. Number 4, enough density. Recently, we have enough rental housing along Main Street, such as the Big Little Mountain development, and the 441 senior building on Fraser Street and 19th Avenue, both which has 4 to 5 high-rise along Campy Street, Cordova, and many other tall buildings are building along Campy. For this growing population, we need more churches to support the mental and spiritual health development. I hope the city councillors will vote against this project. Please, Paul.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, and our next and final speaker on this list is speaker number 9, Diana Panton. Hi, Diana.
Hi, my name is Diana Panton, and I'm descended from generations of Vancouverites, and I was delighted just now to discover that my great-grandmother's scissors are in the lobby on display. I was a member of for 35 years, I was a member of Emmanuel Baptist Church, and that's the one that's in discussion. I was one of the first non-German speakers who joined a church, and I held many roles and responsibilities during my time at Emmanuel. For at least the last 15 of my 35 years there, I was also a member of the church board. And I should mention that I'm actually living in Burnaby right now. Emmanuel was hand-built by its original members. Most, if not all, were recent German immigrants, and although they were already working, they managed to clear the land, then complete the building within 15 months. The church has been a landmark in the community since May 1957. Am I in favor of the rezoning? Yes and no. Why yes? 2 reasons. The first is the members bought the lots that were now empty with the intention of expanding and considered adding a gym at one point, but also considered housing for seniors. So it's not outside their realm of understanding. Number 2, there's a great concern for the homeless and the less wealthy, and the desire to provide affordable housing was one of the reasons the church members first contacted the developers for advice on options for the use of these lots. So yes, therefore, for those reasons, I am in favor of rezoning the empty lots. Why no? One is that there's no mention or recognition of the church in the proposed zoning change, simply institutional space or cultural space, and that would be limited from all the information I've seen and heard to the first floor of the building. The church will lose the high ceilings and the space and the room to make use of the beautiful supporting beams and stained glass windows that are key components of the existing church sanctuary. Number two, the church has for a couple of decades now housed the British Columbia School of Music, which routinely uses the sanctuary for its recitals. The acoustics in the existing church sanctuary are outstanding, and world-class concerts have been held at Emmanuel. The plans for the new building do not offer anything more than utilitarian institutional space, so that will be lost. Number three, point three, the members' desire for an affordable housing option has turned into a market housing reality, despite the Housing Vancouver strategy that states the Housing Vancouver targets were based on the core goals of retaining diversity of incomes and households in the city, shifting housing production towards rental to meet the greatest need to deliver housing for the lowest income households. Point four, there have been dramatic and, from what I've heard, not well explained, although some clarity has come today, not well explained changes to the plans presented to the church. And by the church, I mean the members who are the current past owners of the property. The first proposal was for the existing standalone church and a separate residential building. The church and the developers would work in partnership to own, manage, and maintain the apartment building. The plan then changed, for reasons that were not clear to me, to a full property building that included a significant and visible church presence. And that's based on a diagram I saw midway through the process. The most recent version is a single building with vague references to institutional space and no promises other than the plans will evolve over time, and with no reassurances of any kind from the city based on online documents which include that are complete with disclaimers. Point five, nowhere in any of the documents or discussion I have seen or heard, other than in conversation with church members, is there any mention of the legal position of the church membership as partial owners of the property. And I have a slightly better understanding of that based on a conversation I had just before the meeting, but it's still not very clear and the membership is still very confused. None of the money involved in the sale has reached the church because of an agreement that is in place for it to be used towards the development. And there appears to be a lack of accountability with this. And number six, the challenges of building mandatory underground parking on the land include underground rivers or water tables very close to the surface. When I called the city recently and I spoke to a building inspector regarding the ongoing problems I witnessed with basement flooding in a new home construction very near the church, I was literally told, "It's none of your business." This was a response from a city employee, and along with those disclaimers on any official documents I've seen, it doesn't really instill a huge lot of confidence that the huge potential challenges in building on the church property, including the underground parking, will be dealt with or recognized or dealt with proactively. Point seven, and I'm getting really close to the end.
I was going to say, Diana, you are at your time limit, so.
Am I? Can I please continue? And then point seven, final concern is related to the RR zoning district schedules and design guidelines from the referral report dated April 25th, 2023, which states, all rental units in the RR zones are secured as rental tenure and no stratification or sale of individual residential units is allowed. Since part of the agreement with the developers provides the church ownership of at least one of the suites, as well as the same floor space in the new building as the existing church has, will the church actually be able to own these promised suites, or will they be forced to rent them out or rent it out?
Okay,
And,
wait, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you.
okay,
That's a minute.
thank you.
Thanks, Diana. And you don't have any questions. Okay, so now we've completed the registered speakers list. And at this point, I'll give a second call for speakers. If there are any speakers to this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833 353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound before the close of the list. The number will be, or has been tweeted out and is available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers here in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. And okay, so you have 5 minutes. If you state your name and
Sure, thank you.
you're a resident of Vancouver, and keep to the subject at hand. Thanks.
Yes. My name is Luke Johnson. I'm a lawyer acting for Emmanuel Baptist Church. I'm not a Vancouver resident, but I've been involved with the church for about 10 years, providing corporate legal advice. And then as the property development came along, I dealt with the property development. We were retained by the church. I should say much of the development decisions here have been driven by council's decision. So we initially got involved with the church because these 3 vacant lots attracted the empty homes tax. The church paid about $50,000 of empty homes tax a number of years ago. There were some exemptions as they got into the development process, but there was an initial vote, as some of the members have mentioned, to redevelop these sites for residential use. As the church realized that their existing building was inadequate, it requires substantial upgrades, as speaker number 4 mentioned. It's not wheelchair accessible, it's 60, 70, 80 years old. So the church decided, as mentioned, to shift from a 3-lot development to the full 7-lot development, necessitating the destruction of the current church building. I should say this is a Baptist church. Baptists are, as you can tell, vigorously democratic. It's a BC society that has voting members. It has a comprehensive general membership. So it's not controlled by a small group of people. It's not controlled by staff or council. Baptist churches make decisions by democratic votes. I go to a different Baptist church, and so I'm familiar with the process. The church has had a substantial number of meetings about this, and they have had formal votes about each one of these decisions. They had a specific vote about hiring GMC, as speaker number 4 mentioned. That was passed by about 90% majority. They had a vote about the development. They had a vote about shifting from the 3-lot development to the 7-lot development. And then finally, when the initial plan for a standalone building and a connected but somewhat distinct apartment building, when that wasn't able to go through because of the shift in city policies, the developers had to pivot and look at this new zoning and new development option. And again, the church had a member meeting and voted on that. Some members are not fully understanding the path that those decisions have been made. And so they accuse the church and certain members of manipulation, and this is some kind of scam orchestrated by the big bad developer. That's not the case. The church has been provided with extensive information about the development. The development has shifted, as has been explained to you, in many ways, but that's a consequence of seeing a new opportunity to make a change to the church building. There's no kickbacks, there's no scams, there's no manipulation happening here. One of the speakers mentioned that the ground floor commercial use would be liquor stores and cannabis shops or something like that. That's not the case. The intention here is for institutional use. The church has a contractual obligation a contractual entitlement to receive a church building. So they have not contributed cash to this plan. They've contributed their multi-million-dollar piece of property, the 7 lots. And as a consequence, they're entitled to receive back a new church. That's what they'll receive at the end of this development. So because of the shift in city policies, it's not going to be necessarily a standalone church on the west side of the lot. It seems to now need to be integrated on the first floor. But that doesn't mean it can't be used for music. The music society will still be able to use it. There's many other community users that make use of this property. The church has approved that shift in the anticipated development, and other members of the community will have an opportunity to speak to that when the final permit is to be issued. Speaker number 4 was the person who allegedly single-handedly transferred the property from the church to developer. He signed the transfer documents. I was a lawyer who met with him. He left the church because, for personal reasons, and because this has been a difficult process for the church. But at the end of the process, the majority of the church members, the church council is strongly united behind this proposal. They want to see this through. The property has deteriorated further since the assessment report was done 3 years ago. So the repair work that would need to be done is really untenable. The only way forward for the church is to complete this process and get a beautiful new church and a beautiful new building out of it.
Great, thank you. And that is your time. You do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young, though.
Sure.
Hi, thanks for being here. I just going to ask you a few quick questions just to gain some clarity on the respective roles, because and framing this, what council has in front of us is a zoning decision, but just so I'm clear, you're the lawyer acting for IBC with respects to this transaction, this agreement between the applicant today and this?
Correct. So I'm not representing GMC, and I'm not here, which is the applicant. Emmanuel Baptist Church has a participation role in this process because because they have contributed their church property to the applicant or to a holding company for the applicant.
Okay, so just to be clear then for everybody, this might be helpful to level set for everybody. So separate from council's rezoning decision, you have a separate, or you being representing the church has a separate contractual relationship with the applicant in terms of what you're expecting to deliver in return for the land that was provided. Okay, and you don't have any legal engagement with some of the speakers that we've heard tonight with respects to?
I don't, no. My only client is the church society.
Okay, and did I hear you say correctly that there was more than one membership vote with respects to when the project changed in terms of it being a standalone building versus a contained institutional use?
Correct. I believe that was last year.
And what was the result of that vote?
A majority of the members approved it.
Okay. Sorry, I have one other question. Just went out of my head. Give me a second. And yeah, my final question is: you had said that it was city policy that didn't allow for standalone church. Can you explain what you mean by that, or what city policy you're referring to?
I would defer to GMC on that point, but my understanding is that the original pathway to development that the city and, that the church and GMC were on allowed for a 3-story building that would be the church building, and then a connected building directly to the east of it that would be the apartment building. And under the new RR process, that's not permissible anymore. So the new tentative plan is to have the church on the ground floor, the institutional use, and then the residential use is on the top floors.
So it was specific to the choice to do the RR process versus the church could have retained the land and done a separate application, for example?
So the church was the original owner of the land.
It was an existing use, so it could have done its own application for church separately, but chose not to do that.
I mean, they could have sold 3 lots to the developer, or they could have developed 3 or of 7 or 4 of 7.
Independently, had the church chosen to do that, but this was the path that was taken.
Correct.
Okay, that's really helpful clarification. Thank you.
You also have a question from Councillor Carr.
Those were my questions, but I do want to move to extend this meeting past 5 o'clock to finish this item.
Sure. Council, we have a motion on the floor to extend to complete this item, which would take us past 5 o'clock. Can we do a verbal vote, or do we need to pull up a queue? Sure. Is there anybody opposed to extending past 5 o'clock to complete the business? Seeing none. Oh, and that was seconded by Councillor Klassen. Great. So all in favor?
Yay.
Opposed? Okay. So we will extend past 5 o'clock to complete the business. Okay. So you had no questions for the speaker?
No, Councillor Kirby-Young asked my questions.
Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. And please state your name and residency and all the stuff.
Hello, my name's Annette Burnt, and I grew up at Emmanuel, and I am a member, and I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver, about 20 years or 18 years. And I am opposed to this because I can say that there are legitimate reasons and critical facts for, I'm very troubled by this project. First and foremost, clarity about what we are actually going to get for the money, for the land, the money that's we essentially sold the land for, and which is in a trust account, not earning a single cent of interest. And equally important, how much the congregation will owe the developer upon completion. So one of the troubling facts is that this project was never tendered, which could have included pre-negotiated contingency plans and development fees. All of this is being done as they're going along. And so I find that problematic. Two, the congregation was promised a standalone church and affordable housing at the time of the vote to work with the developer. This promise was actively maintained in writing and speaking thereafter. Congregants were even encouraged to attend an affordable housing conference last year after the interim affordable housing policy had expired on June 30th, 2019. Three, while we were mourning the loss of 2 key leaders due to COVID and during a leadership vacuum, the congregation was simply informed the property would be transferred to the developer the day before the transfer occurred. So that was on Sunday, and then the transfer occurred Monday, without any further communication or awareness that this transfer involved an actual sale at the time, nor was a sale price mentioned. To date, the congregation is paying taxes and other expenses for property it no longer owns. 5, the congregation did not vote for RR3A rezoning. 6, the congregation did not vote for market rate housing. 7, the congregation did not vote for a church facility they could get, according to GMC's letter to neighbors on December 10th, 2021, or get one that is embedded in market rate housing. 8, both the church and the community were, and we've heard this before, were promised a standalone church, but instead now are being told the plan is for market rate housing with no standalone church building. And this is a matter of public record, according to the public engagement Zoom meeting on April 27th, 2022. And like one of the previous speakers, I'm wondering, not several of the previous speakers, I'm wondering if promising one thing and delivering another is even lawful. Our question to the developer is, why did you not apply for CD1 rezoning earlier? 9, the congregation has always wanted to develop the 3 vacant lots, the green space for affordable seniors housing, in line with the city's vision for Riley Park, which is also in line with the church founder's vision. The overwhelming majority of the votes, so there were 2 votes, there was no vote last year, by the way, I would have known about it. Overwhelming majority was for the 3-lot development. The 7-lot development was less clear. I know of one person who did not receive the right to vote by proxy. I wonder how many other people, and other people did receive the right to vote by proxy, so there's some inconsistency there. So that's problematic. 10, it's well known that the church congregation has been vulnerable for several years in terms of human resources. The overwhelming majority of members consist of people in their late 70s into their mid-80s, and we've heard about our one pillar of the church who passed away recently at the age of 97. People who speak, and also people who speak as English as an additional language. Publicly available information indicates this vulnerable congregation has been misled with significantly inaccurate information. One example is the documentation around the sale price of the property to the developer, which was simply and solely based on a tax assessment and is not earning a single cent of interest. Despite repeatedly asking for over a year, no one can provide a clear answer as to why this is the case. Also, why were the development cost levies waived, just as I found out now? It's the lack of information, the confusing, contradictory nature of various statements around ownership that is really problematic. I would also like to know that we did not receive information from GMC, that we had to sign a confidentiality agreement to obtain basic information. In addition to being a needless burden on the environment, in my opinion, the teardown of manual will destroy a faith community and a social gathering place for community events. And I would just like to ask you that you develop only the 3 lots for affordable seniors housing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Annette. Okay. Any other speakers wishing to come up to the podium? Otherwise, we're going to take a 5-minute break to see if anybody wants to sign up. Okay, so seeing nobody else, this is the third and final call for any speakers to this item who wish to speak to council. Please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. That phone number has been tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, you are able to come to the podium and speak after a quick 5-minute break for the final call, and we will resume at 5:01. TMI,
In
Meisner. We're being
5 minute
broadcast.
increments.
That's TMI.
That's okay.
Okay. All right. So this is the third and final call. If there are any speakers to this item and wish to speak to council, you can call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. And if there's any speakers here in the council chambers that wish to speak to council, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, do we have any additional speakers on the line?
We have no additional speakers on the line.
Okay, and seeing nobody at the podium, with no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Now, since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm now also going to close the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Yes, thank you. There's been many things said here that I would like to clarify, although the extent of them possibly may not have the time to do that. First and foremost, we did not promise affordable housing. We received a phone call from Emmanuel Baptist Church in 2018, their property development team, with an interest in pursuing the redevelopment of their lands. I gave them an introduction to BC Housing, to CMHC, to Catalyst, and to Baja. They spent 6 months to a year under investigating what those options would look like for them. Ultimately came back to us and said, we don't like any of the options that have become available. What could you do for us? And at no point in time did we make a promise of affordable housing to the congregation. Our arrangement with the congregation and with IBC is to provide them, in exchange of the land contribution, a new church at cost with no profit and no markup on our behalf. And any residual value that is left over is an investment in the rental, i.e. they get an income stream at the end of the day. They themselves can choose, which is the flexibility they were looking for, to subsidize rent. They could possibly have rent for a member of their congregation or a member of the public, but it created the flexibility that in the future they needed those funds for other ways in which they were serving the community. They had the flexibility at change of tenancy to rent that unit at market. And so I just want to make sure that's very clear. The 3-lot versus 7-lot decision was a decision made by IBC. At no point in time were we involved in any of the voting of IBC or its members, and so I cannot speak to that other than what council told us about receiving majority approval. The prior design we had was under the Affordable Housing Choices Interim Rezoning Policy, and unfortunately, after we undertook pre-application public open houses, that policy was no longer available to us because another application had been made within the geographic radius, which meant that we no longer had that policy tool available to us. The policy tool that was available to us was the secured rental policy. As was noted in staff's report, the only zone that contemplates a non-residential use is the RR3A, and that's because there's an existing non-residential use on the property. That's why we're pursuing that rezoning. Anything else? Yeah, just this idea that we have misled the church. I have made myself available to several of the speakers who have never actually chosen to engage with me in person. I've volunteered to meet with them, to come to Vancouver to meet with them. I live in Victoria, and they have basically refused to do that. What you're experiencing today is unfortunately the outfall of the fact that there was not 100% support. Right? There was majority support, but you're actually hearing from the vocal minority. And unfortunately, in today's environment, oftentimes we hear from a very vocal minority. What you're not hearing from is the majority, the people who aren't going to potentially, if this application wasn't to be approved, the people who don't have the ability to live in this location right now, the people who aren't part of our city or who are living in precarious housing situations. And so what this application does is it creates a real economic opportunity for a congregation that is land rich and cash poor to be able to basically take an old aging facility, to be able to get a brand new facility to program how they intend to serve the community for several generations, alongside a revenue stream in rental housing, in order to be able to allow them to, at their discretion, create affordability or to support the way in which they serve the community. And so, I'm grateful for your consideration. I wish we did have unified support. I think in development, it's very rare that you'd ever get that. But we please ask for your approval to enable us and to enable IBC to proceed with the creation of housing and to extend their life within Vancouver as a congregation for the next several generations. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Does staff have any closing comments?
Staff do not have any closing comments.
Okay. All right. Does council have any questions for staff? Councilor Kirby-Young, I see you on the queue. Is this a question for staff?
Yeah, thank you. My question for staff is just if, because we have heard a lot of dialogue with respects to disappointment from a group of congregation, is just to clarify the role of council here today and legally what our parameters are and what it is that we are voting on. And so I wonder if I can ask the question in terms of, is it correct that the agreement between IBC and the applicant is separate and distinct from council's decision around land use today in terms of what our parameters are and what we are legally required and able to address today?
Thank you for the question. Casey Peters, Senior Rezoning Planner. The application before you is a rezoning to RR3A. As a staff group, we don't have a role in the partnership or operation agreement between the two parties. We received an application to rezone under the SRP, and that's what we've brought forward for you today.
Okay, so the only sort of expectation of or ability of council today, just to be very clear, is to decide on whether or not we're permitting this land use under the RR policy.
That's correct.
And that's it.
Yep.
And not to weigh in on whether we felt this was a good deal for the church or not, it's a standalone or not. That's a separate and completely distinct matter from the legal, the sort of quasi-judicial role we play in the public hearing now.
Correct. The role tonight is purely on the zoning question.
Okay, and then to ask another explicit question, even in terms of approving this use under the RR, which includes multi-use and institutional, the nature of the institutional use, does council have any oversight or requirement over that, or is that again entirely part of the agreement between the applicant and IBC?
The uses permitted are listed under the RR3A schedule, and institutional use is one of them, which we would rely on the definition of in the zoning bylaw, which church use is considered a part of that institutional list.
So it's a permitted use, but we can't require a church or the form of that church.
No, as part of this application, we were going to the district schedule, which would permit it, but not require it.
Okay.
This is Yardley McNeil, Director of Rezoning. Just as a reminder, this is a rezoning to a district schedule. The building design will happen at the DP stage, so we don't have any information about that. Council's only being asked to approve the rezoning to the district schedule, which will set the height and the density and the use. The form of development will follow at a development permit process.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councilor Kirby-Young. All right. Seeing no further questions for staff, Clerk, did we receive any additional comments?
No additional comments were received.
Okay. Council will now make a decision on the application. Do we have a mover for the recommendation? Moved by Councilor Klassen, seconder. Seconder.
Councilor Boyle.
Oh, sorry. Councilor Boyle? Okay. Seconded by Councilor Boyle. Is there any debate? Okay. Councilor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is a really interesting one because I haven't seen one play out quite like this. This is my second term on council, 4.5 years now, and I haven't seen one an application play out quite like this. I did ask those clarifying questions because while I really appreciate hearing from the speakers, and I understand that there are different points of views and disappointment around how the church has decided to dispose of or use its land or the nature of the agreement between the church and IBC, my role and expectations as a councillor legally is to determine the zoning of this district schedule based on does somebody, who's the owner of the land, what are they applying in terms of for uses, and as we said, applying it to a district schedule. And with this simplified RR zoning, council is not even looking at a form of development or particulars on a project in the same way that we would a different or a more complex type of rezoning. And so those are the lines within which I have to make the decision. If I look at it in face value in terms of uses, which is the question in front of me as a councillor today and all of council, it is rental housing in a neighborhood that has a 0.6% vacancy rate, and it's secured rental housing, which is badly and desperately needed in our city when we have a housing crisis, and it's a growing neighborhood and one that's well served with amenities and transit that people want to live in. So that's the nature of the decision we have before me. I really appreciated the passion of all the speakers, but this chamber can't address those issues. There are other forums that can do that. I will say that the one comment that I took away is from the one speaker who said we could all use, I think, I'm paraphrasing, a bit more spirituality in our lives, and I would attest to that. That's probably a good thing to keep in mind here, but again, that's beyond, I don't answer in terms of looking to divine intervention. I have to answer with respect to the Vancouver Charter and how we disclose our duties, and that's the decision that we have in front of us. So for that reason, I'm going to support the project, but I want to be very clear about the context of what decisions council has the ability to make and which ones that we don't, based on what we've heard today. Thanks.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'll agree. This is a difficult decision in terms of the information that we've heard and different points of view. They're very they're passionate and different and in conflict with each other. So that's hard when you're a decision maker. The purpose of a rezoning from a councillor's point of view is, does the application meet the terms under the rezoning policies? And our staff have clearly informed us it does, that it meets the criteria to be acceptable under the application to rezone to an RR3A residential rental zoning. And so that, I mean, that's sort of a bottom line for me. It does meet the policy that we've got in front of us. You know, in my mind, one thing that was very important was, you know, are there any legal reasons that were not disclosed before that came out now that are an impediment? I'm happy that there was a lawyer here who, from the church, who verified that there was a legal vote. And so there may have been disagreements about that, but I'm going to have to trust the lawyer who conveyed that information. So, you know, it doesn't feel great to make a decision where there is so much contradiction or different points of view being presented, but I will be supporting this on the basis of going through the rational, does this meet the criteria upon which I have to make my decision?
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I've put myself on the queue to make some comments. Deputy Mayor Klassen, I'm wondering if you could take the chair, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be abstaining on this vote, and I want to explain very clearly why. I think on the merits of the rezoning and the delivery of housing, clearly this is a good project in that capacity. I think it meets the criteria for rezoning. So on the outward face, I would support this because, of course, we are looking for that delivery of housing. I do take the concerns of the congregation quite seriously, and I think that those are worth articulating. And my reasons for abstaining and the reasons for an abstention vote is when we don't have enough information. And I feel that I don't have enough information, even regarding a rezoning. And I base that in no small part. In 2017, before I was a city councillor, I was a community advocate. And I wouldn't have made this connection until Jordan brought it up, actually. But I was advocating for folks who were displaced after the Brixton retaining wall collapsed and took out the Lee Benevolent building and the adjacent housing, and advocating for residents who were displaced in that and had to go through court, and it was a very stressful situation. So I feel that had I known that in advance, and perhaps some of the concerns of the congregation in advance, I would have been in a position to ask more questions and maybe dig a little deeper. But I wasn't privileged to that, and I didn't really make the connection on the Brixton piece until after. And to be 100% clear, the Brixton is not germane to this conversation, but it did come up in Jordan's speech, so it did trigger that, and it does leave me with a sense that I need more information to make an informed decision on this. So I will be abstaining on the vote, and an abstention does count as an in favor vote ultimately, but I feel I don't have enough information to make a solid decision on this, so I'll be abstaining for those reasons. Thanks. And thanks, Deputy Mayor Klassen. I'll take back the chair. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll also be really brief in just wanting to recognize the challenge of the situation. I have been a very active part of a number of faith communities. I have been connected to faith communities considering redevelopment, and have been connected to or been witness to many parts of that process, and know how challenging it can be when there's not full agreement, when there are changes, when there's a lot at stake emotionally for people in that present, and a lot at stake looking forward. I also will be supporting this for similar reasons my colleagues have stated, that really the options before us are pretty limited. And I will say, I think particularly where there can be as much agreement as possible, these types of redevelopments can be really life-giving for a faith community, and contribute really important affordable and rental housing. So I have been fortunate to see many redevelopments like this go very well and add a lot to the community. And I recognize the challenge that it always brings about in some way, large or small, but we'll be supporting the proposal.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. All right, seeing nobody else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen, please? And council, please register your vote on the voting panel. And of course, for those of us online, please make sure your camera's on. Thank you.
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato. May I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Okay, and that passes with none in opposition. Okay, on that, we have cleared our list of stuff, and we need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Carr. All opposed? Any opposed? All in favor? Yay! This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks,
Night,
Chair.
colleagues.
Thanks, everyone.